pounds do you weigh right now? Do the math.
Um,
All right, so you're already thin. So you just need to lose probably another 5 to 10 pounds, and then work on your abs. I mean, if you really want to get big abs, then you should take like steroids or creatine or testosterone or something. If you really want big abs, then you should take creatine or steroids or testosterone. I mean, you can. It's gonna make your muscles bigger. The thing is, dude, I mean, I think you're kind of focusing on the wrong thing. If you're a thin man, a girl's gonna want to fuck you. If you have a six pack, a girl's gonna want to fuck you. But there's like no real difference. Like, let me put it to you this way: just based on body alone, not your personality, not any of your other shit. Let's say, just this is not even your body, just anybody's body. If you're a thin man, 50% of girls are gonna want to fuck you, maybe even more. Okay, a thin man with abs, maybe 60 or 70. It adds like 10 or 20, but it's not gonna add like 40.
okay. I'm not gonna go.
Why the fuck else are you doing it?
So how much?
Oh, okay. And you have to have abs to be a stripper? You have to have abs to be a stripper?
Helps.
All right, well, I don't think you have to. I think it helps. Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you. Okay, well, what are your thoughts on, do you really want to be a stripper? Okay, are there male strip clubs around you? You know there are a lot of gay guys who go to those? So you're gonna be okay with like gay guys putting dollars in your G string?
It's not that.
What do you mean? That's what a lot of strip clubs are, dude. All right. And you know, for a lot of those, you have to pay to strip. It's called a door fee. Okay. Have you applied and they said no?
I need to work out more.
Okay. So can't you just go to them and be like, all right, how much more do you need me to work out?
No, I'll just give me 8 weeks.
Okay. I mean, that works. you seen the male strippers there?
Yeah.
Are they really big?
Yeah.
All right, well then you probably need to take some type of steroid or something. Probably.
Remember, think was strange.
Your dick will dick will shrink? Yeah, they say that, but there are ways around it. It's not your dick that shrinks, it's your balls that shrink. And it's only because they're not producing as much testosterone. Are you ready for a game invite? Or do you need more time? Zoot.
Yeah, ready?
Alright. One of these days you're going to get me in this game, and I think you're going to retire afterward. You come the close. You were within one square of beating me. And you're the one person I really thought to whom I was going to lose. So that should make you happy.
I don't think I will, what's that? I'm just fine. But I'll be very attracted to be able to just jump and make it.
Okay. Sounds like a plan, big dog.
And I think I'm attractive enough.
I'm not going to answer that question.
Why not?
I mean, it's subjective. You're a little small, so that's not going for you.
What do you mean I'm
Like, dudes who strip are usually big dudes.
That's what I'm working out.
Alright. But,
You don't really.
Doug, I listen to you all the time. I can tell you all about your genital infections and how you got to go for a test on Tuesday.
Fuck you, you fucking. Fuck you. Thank you. Fine. Fuck. Oh, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
What's that, big dog?
Well, I made that. I made that. Killer. Killer.
What's your favorite Mr. West music video? Yeah. The answer is All Falls Down.
After is he should do a he should do I think you should do a good cousin and you should reenact it.
That's disgusting.
You know, what's the one with, what's the song he's done with Patriarchal?
Lupe Fiasco?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember, but it's good.
That's my favorite beat. What's the best music video of all time?
Perhaps his All Falls Down video. Big Pimpin's pretty tight.
No, it's Justin Bieber. That's me.
Okay.
You know, Justin Bieber's new album, like when he puts out new music, I'm very excited.
Alright. Why is that?
I think he has a lot to say.
I think he does as well.
And like 10 years ago, he came out with one of the best pop albums, and then all his music was shit since. Yeah, Project Zero. Am I funny?
Yes.
I think it was a hunter really like was like I'm gonna say something. I don't say good, but I don't feel like a
I mean, that was a word for 27 points. I just had a word for 27 points. There's another 27 points, man. I don't know what you mean. You don't see any good words from me. I'm dominating you. Okay, I agree with you.
You are in trouble.
Wow, that's good.
It fucks up
That was really good, Zoot. That doesn't make any sense, but okay. Oh, just put it down.
You're gonna play extra. You're gonna play extra. Wasting time. Okay. That was okay. That was okay.
Zoot, you're down 44 points. Make a good play.
This is okay.
That's very good.
And you know what the best part is?
What's that?
I kind of fucked you. I fucked you.
Yeah, you did.
But I have something to be like, oh, when I play what I'm gonna play, you're gonna be like, ah, fuck. You ready? Ready for what it is? How important is it gonna get me? I don't. Okay, let's. You know what I did there?
Yep.
It's not straight up playing, but it you from getting a hospital.
That's true.
Get into it. So let's talk about Thomas Peoples. You found a common AI. Let's at a high level. How did you get people automation? Also, people who don't know, tell the story of common AI.
Was working at this AI startup, and a friend approached me. Like, I don't know where it's going, but who was applied AI problem today is self-driving cars. Well, absolutely. Do you want to meet with Elon Musk? And he's looking for somebody to build a vision system for he's one Elon back then was, and again, we got a contract where high level performance. I would get paid $12 million if I could deliver it tomorrow. $1 million. So I was like, great deal. You know what? Even if it takes me 10 months, I get $2 million is good. Maybe I can get 5, maybe I don't get all. I get nothing. Great.
Pause on that. I'm also curious about this because I've been working with products for a long time. I'm curious as a somewhat naive, but brilliant, right? So that's the best place to be. Basically, full steam take on a problem. How confident? How at that time, you know, a lot more now. At that time, how hard do you all of the time was?
I remember I suggested on putting my incredibly thinking about this problem.
Okay, I'm worried about
and like will I'll like correct it conversation back or that's not a whole lot of contract, much more.
you know, how hard like 12 months timeline.
Oh, I just thought I'd call them up my attitude free. I didn't think myself driving or anything.
So the goal there was
I saw my friend showed me the output from Mobileye. The output from Mobileye was just a big car. Yeah, they're big. I did.
well, first time I tried why that's a surprise. Went early. I thought it I've done a lot of computers. I thought it'd be a lot harder to create like that. So I was skeptical before trying it. But it was going out
Hit me with it. 31 points.
I'm not winning. I love it. But, the question is,
I borrowed my Tesla. I said not for dry.
and his reason. So, the 405, how hard is it to create something that actually be a product? I've read an article very hard. Honestly, by you saying that build autopilot is more complicated than a simple level job. How hard is that job? Create something that would work across.
One of the global challenge. Elon followed that up by saying, years in a company of people,
Yeah.
And here I am 4 years later with a company of 12 people.
So what do you think about how that's progressing with autopilot?
I think we've them pretty well. I think navigating autopilot is terrible. We had some demo features internally of the same stuff, and we tested it, and even as like open source software.
What do you think is terrible?
Reports do a great job of describing it. It makes a link. It does it worse than it shouldn't ship it like autopilot, openpilot, they lane better than it is. If you turn it on for a stretch of highway like an hour long, it's never going to touch a lane line. It will touch probably a lane line twice.
Just inspired me. I don't know if you're grounded data on that.
I already
but, okay, but that's interesting. I wonder actually how often you touch lane line. In general, like a little bit, because
I could answer that question.
Yo, Pam. Yep.
biggest value add. But first of all, that's a big value add. But how about you are traveling?
You know what? I guess having oh my that center. In a way, it's the only feature that actually adds value to people's lives and responds to Waymo does not add value to people's lives. More expensive, slower. Maybe someday you can click where it adds value, but I don't usually.
This is fascinating. I haven't talked to that. I haven't. But I think we can now. I actually believe that buy a car. Value add. I've never. Until I started talking about it, I haven't quite realized that I felt on level 4 it's not the correct. But then you should just say Tesla has the best, as Tesla perspective, say Tesla has the best. How many I should say how many is the best link, and that is it. Yeah. You say
You have to do the logic as well. You can't just link. You have to but ACC is much more forgiving than linking, especially on the highway.
By the way, are you how many eyes camera only, right?
No, we use the radar.
From the car.
Good word.
And do it.
Okay, so let's hardware. sides, hiding,
pilot as the box comes up. It's tell them about this. Your iPhone. The easy setup, but it's comes off. Right now, it's about to when it gets 1.0, ready for product. I'm not going to add any features, which is the link. What do we have right now? Snapdragon 820. The Sony IMX 98.
Oh fuck.
Camera. Monitoring camera. Can transfer. Camera. One of those.
So did I. I don't think I can play the last letter I have.
What do you think?
I don't see a spot for it.
How big is the letter?
Like every letter is one. Oh, how many is it? I don't want to give that away. Oh, you just helped me. Gotcha, bitch. You ready for another one?
No. I don't think you don't understand how hard I'm fucking.
That's the Corolla. 2020 Corolla is the best Corolla. They're the actual Corolla. Yes, Star Wars. Yeah, it's basically a little wrong. You're just like, yeah, I love it. So that's.
All right, you want to play another game? Blitz. You have an invitation for Blitz, dog. Zoo. Dude, come on, man. You're done. It's over for you, Zoo.
Oh, okay. You know, very lucky. Yeah. Right, Mike. Program, I'm not very lucky, but I'm actually playing it again. Driver. Really? Well, so there's a big component to Tesla. One is with this one software, so over the software,
It's that. I don't know. We have those two. Those aren't.
but
But the differentiation is
no lane keeping.
What do you want me to do about it, son?
The other one is another direction. Really, collect. Collect.
Yeah.
So I'm working on robotics technology back. One company has a data or
Google probably. Yeah.
What about by you?
They're probably number 2. On Instagram.
when they have that error. Or we ship product, drive cars.
Yeah, no one needs to make sure. That's a lot. No one. Facebook and all that is
psychology will have that.
no one will want to bring Facebook.
But and I want to make sure. One. Oh, we got. I don't know.
Interesting. Fit guys, we have collection, but fit guys, everybody, and the smartphone is really like the biggest problem.
I'll show you. I just from our target.
Awesome. So
Yo, Pam.
you're basically on it.
Giving them the over. Hours. You take over the gas.
Oh shit. Be good.
They did.
Very. Take over.
You just want from that.
Thank you.
I'm gonna play very next country. I'm gonna play the best strategy you've ever seen. I'm playing it. Playing it. Probably gonna get hurt here. Okay, my strategy is working. My strategy is working. I didn't even notice. Rabbi Rothschild. You just took a big hit. Didn't realize. You're about to take a chance. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There. What is it?
Yo, dog, how are you? How'd you find out about me?
Yo.
How'd you find... You got an invitation? Oh, it's Riser. Yeah. Dude, we love this game. Yeah. Where the fuck have you been?
did have a job. I do have a job. I'm in private equity.
Dude, are you gonna tell Riser what your next job is?
Selling solar panels for
No, he's got a good chance at this next job.
what happened to the last contract? The solar panel one. I'm not a monitor. Oh, that was yeah. Monitor.
Oh, dude.
Oh, there we go.
Dude. What did they do?
They nerfed the iPad, game on this iPad. The chat takes up half. Okay. What a shot. What a shot. He's so got it. I've been working out a lot, rather. Oh, is he the person? Boy. Oh, two.
What a shot.
Two.
Doug, how about you shut the fuck up?
Why do you want to whip your ass?
Quiet, you.
I showed him with Montgomery.
Dude, I watched every Kill Tony. I watched every Kill Tony's Riser.
I watched every Montgomery except for like
A basketball. A basketball. Are they good?
Oh, you guys started in the hole. Wow. They just suck. I'm playing.
You have an unfair advantage.
And my iPad.
Word, Doug.
Well, in the future, he's gonna be immortal and have it time.
Word.
And then he still might not watch it. And in time.
Dude, you're not gonna tell him what you're getting in shape for? No, even better. Tell him, Zoot. That's the plan. He's doing well, man. He's been going to the gym. He's been eating healthier. He's down like 10 pounds.
I want to go to Magic Mike. I'm not knocking. I'm a very attractive man. I just think work on my body.
I did it once.
Jack,
I did it once right after college for a group of women, but it was just a one-time thing. They wanted me in a suit, and so I came in a suit, and It was like a girl's birthday party. Yeah, and no, they had an ad on Craigslist. Yeah, and they wanted to. I that night I could have had sex with three of them, but they weren't very attractive. So I said, I don't want to say they weren't attractive, but like they were. I have pretty high standards. No, they were in their 20s. It was like it was a birthday party. Yo, pimp, dude, so am I. Zoot or Riser's just been practicing this whole time. Well, I know. Riser, you know what game I've played 109 times against people and not lost?
I'm not raw. Oh, body.
Yeah, you know why that is?
I don't know how we can put every other game on this.
Do you see me with an iPad, baby? No, even when people say that, I let them go first. Zoot ate 2 pieces of pizza today and he's pissed off.
I need pizza. Good. Oh, what? What? One of them. How much exercise? I took my dog to park frisbee like an hour. Hey, by the way, I'm a water bum. I have to get up early to go work, and I'm just gonna hit the gym. Voting for in Australia.
Steve Irwin,
That's a tough question.
write and vote. Dude, it's not like we know who
Irwin is.
any of these people are.
I'm already done.
Vote for the Minogue sisters.
I'm writing. I think um I'm about to buy a property. Um, it makes more sense, but current I would best my
Look at that shot.
back in more. I mean, more at a property.
Zoot just bitching around.
Throwing their heads up. The Liberal Party won again somehow, which is not cool.
Have you ever thought it's rigged?
Wait.
No, where have you been? You guys have so many resources. I don't understand what. No, not even close. Not even close. Australia doesn't have even close to as many resources as Canada. Canada's the second largest country in the world. It has some of the largest oil reserves available. Yeah, because it's cold as fuck. Stop. Stop. No way he's gonna get it. We're all in the water. I don't know if that's ever happened where all our balls were in the water. Right. Riser, what's your favorite Drake song? What's the six? What's the six? Toronto? Do you like the song Nice for What? Do you like the song Nice for What? Nice for what? Make it, Riser. It's not like it matters. Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. You've been practicing. You have an iPad. You have an iPad. That's an unfair advantage. You have an unfair advantage. You should be proud of Zoot. Zoot's been working out like a mother. Every day he tells me his. Yo, are you gonna accept your invite? Not you, Riser. Riser's sucking dong. Dog.
gonna make it. Let me ask you a question. Do you think we'll have a sex tape point blue for 2023 and I'm watching main point of the punk?
No, no one knows who you are.
They
There,
get arrested.
there are literally 1,000 guys who have a sex tape with Bonnie Blue, and none of them made it. Name one of them. I mean, what's the difference? She wasn't as popular then.
Do you really? I thought your sex tape was, oh, that's on me. Like, no, I don't do golden shower.
No, you don't understand. He has a video of himself from 2023 masturbating to Bonnie Blue, and he considers that a sex tape.
Oh. The little character is gonna go so well when for hearing Bonnie Blue sex tape. I'm kidding about that, but I was Bonnie Blue back in like 2023.
Dude, you're an OG. You're an OG fan, man. How long have you been subscribed to her OnlyFans? So you're only going for free content?
Buy the house next door.
No, he's gonna buy the group chat. He was gonna buy her OnlyFans. She's gonna be like, "Hey, didn't I offer to drink your pee out of a condom?" Is she the head of the homeowners association? Word dog. Absolutely. For sure. Dude, don't bump him in. Don't bump him in. Collusion. Collusion. What are you doing, dude? Why are you gonna hit his ball in? There you go. There you go. There you go. That's how you do it, Zoot. That's how you do it, Zoot. She had sex with a little person? Where did you find this? Oh, how is it on Instagram? I Google other things, not that. Dude, you just came up with a brilliant idea. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No. You go to public places and you just Siri really awkward things. Hey Siri, can you please pull up triple MILF pog porn? Yeah, that's what I mean. I like how you keep track of their rankings. What can I say? The girl knows how to market herself. No way, she's knocking off some bitches. Who's number one, Zoot? Who's number one? Zoot. Don't worry, he's got it bookmarked. Is that a girl? But you haven't been you haven't been watching. Don't do it, Riser. One of the worst shots we've ever seen in this game. Zoot could win. You're going in the black shit. Psych B. I like how you're all like, oh, I'm never going to lose in this game. And then the next game you just suck dong. Wow, Zoot won. Is there one more hole? Alright, I gotta get Zoot here. Riser, you've been mathematically eliminated. Zoot's played this game more than any of us. He's played it over like a. Oh, what a shot! Zoot's played this game over 1,000 times and still never finished one hole.
What am I meant to get back on the screen, buddy? I was just thinking, is this the best hole? What they did? Yeah, you have no idea about that. Except like if possible, you can that way. Robot boxes, I don't know play that. Oh no. Robot fuck me. Don't worry. He knows it too. Oh, I fuck Robot. I fuck Robot. What are you talking about?
I haven't said it.
You want what? Oh, okay. Oh, that's it. Okay. Okay. I'm the one that ruined it.
We got you, Riser. We got you.
Fine. I mean, volatile game. Like the Pornhub ranking charts.
Riser, you are funny.
People coming for your tail.
You're right, man.
One day I'll be.
You gonna Photoshop yourself? Dude, do you remember that time that I sent you an invitation and you accepted?
100%.
Dude, what are you doing? Memorizing the top 25? Who's number 2? Is that a girl?
No, it's not.
Is that your favorite? You didn't answer. Wow, Zoot, you're a real porn connoisseur. That might be... Oh, that was almost really good. Look how good this shot is. Now this is what I'm talking about. Don't hit Zoot's ball. Riser, do you realize how far back your ball is? You had one of the worst tee shots we've ever seen on this hole. Riser, did you watch the Masters? I didn't. I asked, did you? Yeah.
Actually, I didn't watch the 2025 one, but I did watch a bunch of like old.
Dude, the 2025 one, watch it on stream, it was fire. Rory McIlroy won in a tournament or in a playoff. Fire.
Oh, nice. I didn't think that this was golf.
Oh, it's big time. I'll talk golf with you. Who's your favorite golfer of all time? Yeah, that doesn't count. Zoot, there's only one answer Zoot should give. You got it. Dude, I do. I had to introduce Zoot to him because Zoot didn't know who he was. I had to teach Zoot who the best Australian golfer was of all time. Zoot, do you know what Greg Norman's nickname was? Or is? No, it's the Shark. He even has a huge clothing brand after him.
Norman.
No, it's called the Shark. Well, it's called Greg Norman Golf or something like that. But its logo is a shark. It's tight as fuck. He's also has a big wine. He has a big wine, a big vineyard in Australia. Greg Norman's one of the most famous Australians ever. Riser with the shot on he needs this shot. His life depends on it. Riser, you gonna go? And he hit it and he missed it. He's down. He might get blanked here. What'd you say? I've seen tons of rabbis in real life. I have many rabbinical friends. I've seen many.
Very different language. So,
Yeah.
how are you doing?
My biblical Hebrew is okay. My conversational Hebrew, I would say, is poor. However, it's better than 95% of Jews. American Jews, I should say. American Jews. Meaning, American Jews don't really learn Hebrew that well unless it's for their bar mitzvah, and they don't learn conversational Hebrew at all.
Okay. Here's your, what's the average
Um,
home house?
to,
Rent in a house.
to get my groceries, probably no. Just like walk to the mailbox.
Never met.
Yep.
Voluntarily.
Not really. I mean, I don't know. Can you go outside on house arrest?
Yeah, it'd be funny if Rabbi had actually gone house. Like, no difference between his life. The only difference is he can't stroll down to his mailbox. 3 weeks.
Right. I think you have to stay inside for that.
No, you don't.
Oh,
No
you,
house arrest.
oh, okay.
Can't go any further than the mailbox.
Okay, well, I'm allowed to go wherever I want. I just choose not to. I don't have money to spend anywhere, so like dangerous for me to go anywhere.
I don't ask you to know what you don't house arrest. Like, yeah,
Not really. It's like I mean, I guess I don't know. It depends on what you did, I guess. But it's like sometimes, yeah, exactly. Don't you have to wear one of those ankle monitors on house arrest? All right. Here are my here here are my ankles.
I remember you did something bad, but it's not that bad. Go and watch TV.
Exactly.
And we're gonna pay for all your work as well. You get paid expenses. You don't have to work. Pay cover that as well.
You get paid?
Uh, depending on the country.
I've never known anybody.
I don't think they can stop you from work. Or they can. Yeah. Girl on TikTok was on house arrest because prank where she like convinced some like old lady to like jump in the water or something, and she'll give her like some big prize or something. So, or she basically tricked this woman, like this old lady, into jumping in the water, except she couldn't swim, so she started to drown. And other people, I'd rather do it. I'd rather do it. I'd rather stay in house arrest than
Oh shit, dog.
should that be an option for every time? Well, at first time, like doing stuff.
Only if you drink pee out of a condom.
So after on them.
Yeah, that's a punishment. They basically say, like, you can do 5 years of hard labor, or you can drink one condom filled with Zeus piss and stay at home for 6 months. Dude, are you just gonna say, oh my god, and not hit the ball? Alright, well, why don't you hit the fucking ball then? He's gotta beat off the body blue and get her back in the top 10. I didn't even know Bonnie Blue was a porn star. I thought she just did OnlyFans. It's not. It's not the same thing. There are chicks who just do like. Exactly. Riser. I just want to make everybody aware right now that Riser has officially been eliminated. He's gone 1 for 3 in these games, which is pretty shitty. Dude, you gotta tell Riser about what you did earlier this week. Yes. Oh, it is the worst. No, I'm not gonna force him to do that. Oh, it's so bad. It's bad, dude. Can I tell him? Dude, tell him. Dude, tell him. Can I tell him? Alright, imagine a Thor on a good day. Like a chick who's like a Thor. Okay? On a good day, this girl's a Thor. Now imagine she posts to Reddit, hey guys, I'm looking for 25 Australian men to run a train on me at the local adult bookstore. Are you following me? So hold on. This girl's a 4. She's a prostitute, which there's nothing wrong with that. But she's, been around the block, which is cool. Alright. She's a 4. She posts to Reddit, hey guys, I'm looking for 25 Australian men to run a train on me. And guess who bats lead off to get blown by this chick? Our boy Zoo. And he doesn't tell us this as a story. I'm in here with this girl, and he says to us, I think I need an STI test. And we're like, what did you just say? And he's like, I think I need an STI test. We're like, what is that? Like, we call them STD tests, but he's like, sexually transmitted infection. I did something earlier today and my balls itch now. And we're like, what did you do? This was on Tuesday. It was on a Tuesday afternoon. So he goes to tell us that he goes to this adult bookstore and there are 25 dudes there. And there are two chicks. One who's just watching, so she doesn't even count. And this giant whore of a four. Anyway, four of a whore, whatever. She Yeah, the bookstore's open. It's like an adult bookstore. He's in like a back room. She blows him. Wait, now get this. This is the best part. But he's unable to orgasm. So she just sucks his dick, and he took too long. So she kicked him out, and then his balls itched. So now, this next Tuesday, so then he has to go get an STI test. He tries to get one of those on Wednesday or Thursday or something, and they tell him that they don't have time for him, and he's got to go on Tuesday. And then he told us yesterday that it hurts when he pees.
Started yesterday, and then
No, it hurts when he pees.
fun.
Isn't that the best story?
Because what was going through your head? I don't know.
He just got really horny, which we all do.
Have you seen the photo of the girl?
Um, he, I said to him,
Or did he describe it as like a
no, he said this. I said, scalar from 0 to 10. He's like a 5. So you know that he is over.
translation?
Yeah, exactly. He's
Double.
he's over ranking what she should be. And so that's
the
what.
first time I or private equity
So
investor.
I said, so this girl's really like a 4. And he's like, I'm like a 4 on a good day. I'm like, is she a 3? So this girl, and then I asked, well, why did you get to go first? And he said because there were a bunch of old guys there, and he was the closest to her in age.
So you're talking to the other guys as are just hanging out. That's awkward. He's
Dude, what was going through your head? Were you just having? Well, he came in here.
What were you talking to the guys before?
But it's not like we were like, hey, Zoo, tell us all about it. He just comes in and he's like, I think I need to have an STI test. We're like, what? And he's like, I did something. I had a wild day today. I'm like, it's like Tuesday afternoon where you are. He's like, yeah. And then he just tells us this story, and we're like, what in the fuck happened to you?
Probably the first that you thought you just why are you quiet now?
Dude promised her a position in the top 15 on Pornhub if she blew him. Zoot, Riser's asking an excellent question. Why are you so quiet right now?
probably looking for anything to get. Probably looking at the porn show.
You know,
Just for
I think I've told you guys this before, but I think it's a really good idea that you they have a celebrity chart like that, just like the top 100 celebrities or top 1,000 celebrities, like a stock market. We talked about this though.
top 100.
Dude, can you hear us?
I mean, it's already had before.
I know, did he?
Doesn't announce it.
That's right. How have you been?
Final. We'll ask him. One of those things.
Are you there, dude?
He'd be talking.
No, sometimes he just sits there. I'll be like, Zoot, 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 and then he'll be like, I'm here, I'm here. I'm like, well, why didn't you talk? And he'll be like, I was busy.
Checking out around.
Anyway, I think he regrets telling us that story.
Yeah, I wouldn't be in that.
Well, I told him about a similar situation I was in.
Also, that.
I told I told him of a similar situation I was in.
Like, hurry up! In ornithology books right now.
I told Zoot a similar story of a situation in which I'd been, but the lady was hot, and that makes all the difference in the world.
I mean, it's better for like your psyche, your trauma, but I don't know. People, I guess, are like fine doing that shit, but I'm like the opposite. I'd be like, no, 25 people is too much. You have to not do that, maybe.
Well, I understand. It was back in the days where I was a gigolo and bitches would pay me to fuck them, and some guy and his wife made arrangements with me, and that's how it went down. Dude, are you there?
I just came back.
Okay. So we have like 1,000 questions for you. My first question: Does it still hurt when? Does it still hurt when you pee?
What?
Does it still hurt when you? No, it doesn't anymore.
That's bad. It goes away. Have something.
Dude, do you think Bonnie Blue will ever be top 5? Do you think Bonnie Blue will ever be top 5?
Yeah.
Do you think Lily Phillips will ever be top 5?
I think one will be. I'm not sure which one.
Oh, dude, it's definitely going to be Bonnie Blue. Are they both British?
Yeah.
Dude, who's your favorite porn star? Aside from Alex, whatever his name is, Adam.
Um,
He had glowing things to say about this guy.
pretty much.
Dog, I'm not going to know amateur porn stars. I probably won't even know mainstream porn stars. Whatever your favorite is. Is that a girl? All right, let's check this chick out. Bart, Bart.
Oh my.
Bart? B-A-R-T?
Yeah, what are you saying? Violet.
Oh, Violet.
Violet.
Did she die?
Violet.
Yeah, did she die?
No.
Oh, would I look that up? Okay. I mean, she's not bad looking. She's thick, dude. Zoot enjoys himself a thick Latina chick. Dude, what's her all-time high? Zoot. Oh, so she's peaking right now.
It'll be like classic Ray. It'll be like 23.
Yeah, how about that chick?
Check out.
Zoot, what about Jenna Jameson?
Oh,
Okay, where did she peak at? That bitch was #1 for like a decade. She invented the cum bubble. All right, Zoot. Who's your favorite MILF porn?
can I ask him a question?
Go for it. Ask him anything you want. I'm not a spokesperson.
Alright. So, were you talking to 25 people for the thing in the room? No. You guys just everyone stood in silence, or were you only there for like a minute because you were first? Bro, I walked in perfect time. Oh, you're in and out. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he didn't.
We didn't stick around for like talk afterwards. Okay. And what did you feel like right like 5 minutes after you're going back? Good thing, bad, no shame, anything. I'm in love. I just thought this, I just thought, you know, I just thought, yeah, that experience, not for me. Right. I mean, you didn't even get to come, so you still just saved it, retained. Yeah. That's good. I'm still retaining. Okay. I've been retaining since May 2023. That makes me proud. Do you think that's possible?
Fuck yeah. But you'll probably have a wet dream and then have a night ejaculation. What the hell did I just hear?
Nocturnal. I mean, chemical castration. If you're really love, you'll get it. If you're really about that life, it's not. Vasectomy doesn't do that. That's how a vasectomy works. Common vasectomy. Vasectomy just kills the sperm. Can't. You're just shooting blanks, dead sperm. You're talking about castration. You're talking about castration. No, I thought vasectomy was you don't come anymore. No. How do they disconnect the tube that just eliminates sperm without the weird? I would think that. Do you want to explain?
Yeah, so a vasectomy is a procedure where usually a knot is tied in the vas deferens of a man that is the tube that basically connects his testicles to his prostate and doesn't allow you to create um, fertilized. Uh, it still allows you to create sperm or like ejaculate, but basically there won't be sperm inside to be able to fertilize a woman. Just a moment, let's get the scientific answer. Yo, dog, what happens when you do a vas deferens procedure? All right. Tying the vas deferens is a procedure commonly associated with a vasectomy, a form of male sterilization. During a vasectomy, doctors cut the block of the vas deferens and the tubes that carry sperm from the testes to the urethra. Oh, apologies, not the prostate, the urethra. In two places. This prevents sperm from being released into semen, effectively preventing pregnancy. The procedure typically involves making a small incision in the scrotum to access and tie off the vas deferens. In some cases, the vas deferens can be tied as a form of contraception, similar to how the fallopian tubes are tied in females during a tubectomy. However, the primary purpose of tying the vas deferens is to achieve male sterilization through vasectomy. Tying the vas deferens can can also be a method of contraception that does not involve permanent sterilization. For example, a permeable hydrogel can be injected into the vas deferens to block sperm passage, which can be reversed. If the vas deferens is tied off surgically, it will prevent sperm from leaving the body during ejaculation, but it will not affect the man's sex drive or ability to have sex. Some men with congenital absence of the vas deferens can still father their children with the help of reproductive technology. Tying the vas deferens can be affected by conditions such as infections, blockages, inflammation, which may require medical treatment. Zoot, are you?
I got it.
Zoot,
What thing do you do if you want to maintain no nocturnal mission? Okay.
let's ask that question. What procedure would I want to have if I never ever want to ejaculate ever again? Is it some kind of castration? How would it be done? Ejaculation prevention procedure. If you never want to ejaculate again, you might consider surgical castration, which involves the removal of the testicles. This procedure, known as an orchiectomy, permanently.
Oh, yeah.
Dude,
Unless you want to.
no, man, I don't know that. Dude, would you rather have a vasectomy or an orchiotomy? What did you do to the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu sticker or ticker? Riser, you.
Why did you stop screaming in there?
I'm still in there. I transitioned to Twitter, so I've been streaming on Twitter.
Any blue sky mumbo jumbo?
Fuck you, man. People talk about me all the time. You want to hear the latest things that they've said about me? Oh, it's so fucking funny.
Are you just spamming the video?
No, because it gets automatically blocked when I do that. But I've spammed this Drake meme. You know that Drake meme where he's like, "No, don't talk to me," and then he's like, "Yeah," you know that one?
Yeah, you told me about that.
Okay, so here's the latest of what people have said about me. This one is so funny to me. Oh, it's okay. All right. So this was a few hours ago. Somebody wrote, I just blocked them for whatever reason. I often get weird rabbi influencer bots fairly often. The next person, Jazzy, says, Rabbi Rothschild, count your days. Then she also sends me when this one's so funny. Me when I get a notification from Blue Sky thinking it was one of my best friends, but it's actually that stupid rabbi bot responding to my replies. And it's this GIF that's from it's this GIF from Diary of a Wimpy Kid of this like fat kid who's waving like this, then he looks at somebody's crotch. And he's like, okay, the next person says, let me just type in Rabbi Rothschild so I get the specific ones about me. But there are ones in here that are more than that. Okay, so Rabbi Rothschild, count your days. Your gimmick accounts and Rabbi Rothschild, somebody just said. I don't know who Rabbi Rothschild is all about, but I have to say the spam isn't endearing me to them. The next person said Rabbi Rothschild bot keeps terrorizing Lolo. Next person said I changed the target to Rabbi Rothschild. Next person said yes.
What was your bot? Like how many messages? Is it like directing?
No, it's replying to them, so it's public.
Oh.
The next person wrote at somebody, you're safe now. Rabbi Rothschild is my next target. Somebody else wrote, fuck Rabbi Rothschild. Somebody else wrote, not gonna lie, I thought somebody came to reply, and I felt comforted for a second, but it's just that fucking rabbi bot, and I'm so pissed. The next person wrote,
How many replies?
oh, I'd say all in all, in total, probably about 1,500 to 2,000. The next person says something in German. I don't know what they say. Next person says, I've never condoned or supported wishing death upon someone before, but the Rabbi Rothschild bots are my only exceptions. The next person wrote, this was yesterday. So all of this has happened in the last 24 hours. That's a lot of. That's a lot of. That's a lot of responses in 24 hours. The next person, yo pal, Rabbi Rothschild, I hope you die. Next person wrote, it's Rabbi Rothschild season. It's like cicada season, but worse. The next person wrote, it's especially fucked up since it appears he's trying to push search results for the Rabbi Rothschild in his spam, which is fucked. Next person wrote, I don't know, something in some other language about follow Rabbi Rothschild. Next person wrote, this is the 20th time I've gotten a bot posting exactly like this. First, I'm gonna put.
Can't block you?
Oh, they blocked me, but I just created another account. First, I'm gonna boxcar Rabbi Rothschild. Then I'm gonna find Blue Sky's spam bot management team and boxcar all of them too. The next person wrote, it means like a Holocaust thing where you put us in a boxcar and then send us to the gas chambers. The next person wrote, how has the Rabbi Rothschild bitch managed to avoid being IP banned? The next person wrote, report and block that Rabbi Rothschild spammer. The next person wrote, this account's a bot trying to shill Rabbi Rothschild. I wouldn't pay it any mind. The next person wrote, LMFAO, not a bot advert. I'm laughing so hard. At first I thought it was an anti, but LOL. Also, what the fuck is this Rabbi Rothschild? Next person wrote, I know I'm sick of seeing Rabbi Rothschild has a million accounts. The next person wrote, you know who really sucks? Rabbi Rothschild in Discord. That guy is like the worst. No one should ever read anything he says. It's it's as hackneyed as his Drake meme. The next person wrote, like Rabbi Rothschild is live streaming his jerk sessions, but also what's his stream to make me a trillionaire? Weirdest marketing tactic ever. Am I supposed to be pro or against this guy? Next person wrote, who the hell is Rabbi Rothschild? Next person wrote, Rabbi Rothschild is a notorious spam bot. Oh, porn bot. Next person wrote Rabbi Rothschild or whatever their name is. Next person wrote, who the fuck is Rabbi Rothschild and why hasn't Blue Sky done something about these particular bots in with the long strings of numbers spamming the same image over and over already? The next person wrote, now this is all within the last 4 days. So that's a lot. Next person wrote, you're like a fucking spawn point of Rabbi Rothschild bots. Next person wrote, can the Rabbi Rothschild guy get IP banned or something? Next person wrote, I just keep getting spam bots replying to me with some shit about Rabbi Rothschild, but I can't say I envy you. Next person said, I've had 2 of these reply to me in the past few hours. I think it's perhaps time I'll take my fight to Mr. Rabbi. And they sent me a message like asking me to stop. Anyway, the next person, Rabbi Rothschild, for the love of God, only DM me when you want to bend pole march and Dresties, whoever that is, over a table and taste his tight little hole. Next person said, you can tell Rabbi Rothschild is a loser because on top of everything else, he uses Drake memes in the year 2025. The next person wrote, this is another bot set up by Rabbi Rothschild, which is spamming multiple accounts, advertising his Discord and YouTube channels. The next person wrote, uh, whatever my username was. The username's 10654257776024772. Is another bot set up by Rabbi Rothschild, which is spamming multiple accounts, advertising his Discord and YouTube channels. Next person wrote, this one is hilarious. Someone with a very specific form of weirdness has been spamming this post about Rabbi Rothschild at me for over a week now, and it involves instructions for me to go to Blogspot to find out the real truth. And sir, I haven't been to Blogspot since 2009. The next person wrote, shaking my head, neither of us shared to be a trillionaire because we were too busy searching Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube. Next person wrote, listen, I'm not going to sign up to Discord to learn about what Rabbi Rothschild has to say. If he's so good, why don't you write about him on here? The next person wrote, who is Rabbi Rothschild? What the fuck? The next person wrote, I don't know, it's in some other language. Rabbi Rothschild, it's in like Korean or something. Then the next one's in German. Next one wrote, I'm going to start interaction limiting my posts because these fucking Rabbi Rothschild bots. This is like Pacific Rim. These things are getting way more worse. The next person wrote, got off my ass to find out what that Rabbi Rothschild spam bot plague on here is all about, and it's literally the entire live stream. Just some fuck lounging around with 0 viewers for hours. The next person wrote, who the fuck is Rabbi Rothschild? The next person wrote, Rabbi Rothschild guy, you mean Joe Biden? The next person wrote, at Rabbi Rothschild, could you not today? The next person wrote, this Rabbi Rothschild bitch needs to get a fucking hobby. I have blocked over a dozen of his cum stains accounts. The next person wrote, come on, support at Blue Sky. You've got to sort out this Rabbi Rothschild spam. Every fucking post gets at least one. The next person wrote, I hope Blue Sky can figure out how to deal with the Rabbi Rothschild spam shit. The next person wrote, "Oh fuck, of course, the whatever you're doing now versus Rabbi Rothschild image." The next person wrote, "Rabbi Rothschild is my friend."
I got it. Funny. That's funny.
It's fucking hilarious.
Alright, what's the invite? I need it, but it's gonna
He's been in here. It's rabbi.me/rabbi or discord.me/rabbi.
I got it. He's been in here before?
Yep. I could be wrong. I know he's been in my Telegram. He's been in Telegram, of course. He's been in my Twitter space. I've been live streaming my life in Twitter spaces since February 14th. The reason why I don't do it in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu space is nobody ever really comes in there, and they know that I'm in. I can't promote them within their own Discord or within their own Telegram, so I promote them within Twitter.
Is there anyone in the Twitter live stream like growing out? Can you make tweets at all?
No, I don't make tweets because I'll get banned. Is it growing at all? I don't really.
Are they shadow banning you on Twitter? Right?
Yeah, but like if I do it enough, I'll get banned.
Just for replying to people.
Oh, for sure.
McAfee has made it impossible to make.
I mean,
And when they make it on Twitter, like if you're like a new account or whatever with like 0 people following you, you get like 2 posts a day and then you're banned.
right.
Which is all Blue Sky make it harder to make accounts.
Correct. Something is wrong with Blue Sky right now, in my opinion. They've been having like downages. Let me look at down detector. There you go. That one's for you, baby. Down detector. Yo, what's going on? How you living, pimp? Hope you're having a good day. Hope everything's good in your neck of the woods. Blue Sky's had a lot of outages. Hey, look who it is. What's going on, Bitcoin Obama? How you living, pimp?
I'm gonna go to sleep, bro. I'm so tired. Way too
Good night, big dog.
Later.
Take care, big dog. Alright, well.
I'll play you later, Audie.
Play me right now.
I'm tired.
You know you're gonna lose anyway. I've won 109 straight games against real people.
Alright.
But Zoot almost beat me like a week ago. He came within 1 letter of beating me, and then tonight he came within like 3 letters of beating me. He did really well tonight. Dude, play Riser.
I'm just looking at Rabbi Rothschild blue sky.
Cool, dog.
Yeah, people. The Rabbi Rothschild back here.
Something's wrong with Blue Sky right now.
Have you tried dots and boxes?
Dots and boxes? I am what, Zoot?
You already told
I know, I told you.
I can see him.
I know. Have you seen my meme? Yeah. Did I tell you, Riser, the genius of my meme, why I used that Drake meme? I think I did. The fact that I was using like an image of my own, but they kept banning it, but they can't ban the Drake meme because it's too popular.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Rabbi Rothschild, someone explain to me why I keep getting randomly replying to me with Rabbi Rothschild does someone who think you ban people coming up doing things. Where the fuck does it come from? Money?
Yes, sir. Something's wrong with Blue Sky right now, though, because if you go to latest, nothing has been posted from anybody in the last 5 hours.
Someone should do something about that Rabbi Rothschild by posting my replies.
What do you want
Did
me
you
to
actually do that?
I did not post any nudity.
Oh wait.
I did not post any nudity. There's no nudity.
I have to see this video.
It's not a video, it's a picture.
No, it's a
I thought
video.
it was a video.
It's a video. They only took a picture of it.
Okay.
What the fuck is
Whatever you think I'm doing.
but this is because of Rabbi Rothschild. Did someone please explain to me?
No one's accepting my literati request.
Hey, you sent one?
Yeah.
Zoot, play him. I told you, dude. I told you, man. I know. I'm glad somebody else sees it. Get him, Zoot. Get him, Zoot. Zoot, you know all my tricks. Zoot, you know. That what's fucked up? Get him, Zoot. Get him, Zoot. You've literally lost 100 straight games for this moment. All right, what was the first word that he played? Oh, that is a good word. That's a good word. That's like 15
I like
points.
whoever
That's
fucking.
15 points.
I just want
Yeah.
fucked up.
I just fucked up.
I just
Intimidate me. We're on the second word.
there
I
there
just won.
I'll be like,
I'm up
dude,
2
there
points.
are 82 tiles left. So be like, I just won.
Oh, I actually just did. Children swears. God damn it.
What word did he use?
Oh no. He just. Oh, that's it. Oh, that was amazing.
How many points was it?
28.
Oh, good job, Zoot. That's my boy. I taught Zoot well.
I don't know what to play. I would rather play my.
Were you just gonna say you'd rather play with yourself?
Yeah, right now. I just won 20 points.
Not over
I don't
yet.
know how I found Big Rebel fucking scoring early.
Oh, the same thing. Maybe you go easy on me.
Yeah, I think it's like the present. I'm just telling you how to play.
On you.
What up, big dog? How you living, pimp?
You guys.
How you living, baby?
Oh, how are you?
We're well, man.
Hi. Yeah, I'm good. I have been asking what of the most why I want to now I am being any project that you
Dog, I heard that the last time I told them.
come on guys, come on, get to me one star. Okay? Let's go.
We love you. Bitcoin Obama, we love you. Hey, dude, were you ever able to get into your Twitter account? Remember how hard we tried to do it that one night? Well, I remember.
Really?
Yeah.
He just wants money.
I know. What else? We all. Riser, what's your score?
Oh my god, it's not making my word. Okay.
Dude,
Oh,
Dude,
I
what's
have
your
to.
dude,
What
what's
if you
your score?
decide to throw in the towel and just shuffle and go in your letter? And then, dude completely destroyed the board. There's really nowhere to build.
Oh, he's good at doing that. He did that last time I played him.
There's literally no spots to build anything.
He'll put like a Q in a really bad place or an X in a really bad place.
Obama just come back.
He came
I'm
back and
looking
left.
beats and fucking, whatever this thing is called.
How you living, Pam?
It's been a while. How you doing, man?
Kicking ass, taking names. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Yeah, I had to move. So cross I'm back.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So, how are things?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. I mean, I've been doing my YouTube stuff. That's what I thought.
That's
Like, going, going.
that's phenomenal. How do you like Virginia?
Yeah, it's good. I'm DC area. DC stuff in there minimum. So like that's oh, it's 25.
Oh wow. Are you just a moment? I'm
How
gonna.
much is it? How much is it?
18.
How do you think those are?
Yeah, they upped it like 12.
Oh, you're the one that just around.
No,
Yeah, I'm 21.
that's a.
Yeah, I haven't been here in a while. Like I was on Omaha last time I talked to him. I've traveled 33 states. Lots of travel.
Wow, that's a lot. What's your
What are you
favorite
doing?
state?
What are you?
I do podcasts and I use with it. He produces Lex Friedman.
Have you put Rabbi on your podcast?
A robot? So
No, has Roman been on podcast?
no, he doesn't. I mean, I've had certain people. I mean, I more manage the podcast on him, so I basically get the connections together.
Okay, you should have Rabbi on. Get Rabbi on.
I don't even know. What's his channel? Can you DM it?
There's a million. He has a million fucking channels.
Oh, okay.
Thomas, how are things with your girl? How are things with your girlfriend?
Yeah, we're doing well. Yeah. He wants me to.
You fucked up, bro. I think you might have fucked up.
What's harder?
For having a competitive body
We're just like
and
scrabbling.
exuded.
Yeah, she was surprised. Like, how the heck do you know all these things? My girlfriend's like, you're always talking. I'm like, yeah, kind of what I do.
Those basic sounds good. Sounds good.
Are you setting up more streams?
Oh, for sure, dog.
I see it on your thing.
And then, you love me. You're gonna hate me. You're gonna hate me in a sec. Razzie, you suck at this game, by the way.
Well, I gotta do a lot of editing, but it was good talking.
What's your podcast called?
One of them is TNT podcast.
Peace, dude.
Okay. Goes it, or you can't find a spot on the floor?
It's gonna be an event.
How many soul have you sent to Bitcoin Obama? They're asking for one soul with $10,000.
In Nigeria?
Yeah.
$100. $100 could pay you for a month in Nigeria.
Probably.
You can live off. You can live off like $5 a day.
I thought it was gonna be cheaper than that.
Sorry. The average Nigerian makes $100.
You know a lot of Nigerian facts.
Well, actually, the average Nigerian makes $0 is very high unemployment, right? If you're employed, you have a job, you're making like $100 a month.
Something is wrong with Blue Sky. It hasn't updated its search in 5 hours. They've had a bunch of outages this week, or I would have had more people talking about me. All right, what's the score? Zoo. Oh, Zoo, Zoo's fucked.
140 to 100. I don't even know how it's possible.
Zoot only has 100 points, and he keeps saying he's gonna win.
No, I have 100.
Oh wow, he's just whooping you.
Yeah, good letters. Oh, I missed my time.
Zoot, are you gonna win?
Should we? Should we? Hey, Rowan.
What if we?
Oh, and more on the guy that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Um,
Well, why don't I just teach you how to make a spam bot, and then you can spam him? It's kind of that old adage: feed a man for a day, or well, hold on. Give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to fish, he'll eat for a lifetime. You have to do the captcha, but aside from that, yeah, you can do that. Do you want to spam him on Instagram? Did you message him on Instagram? Right. You need to do public comments to embarrass his ass. Yeah. Dude is beating you, Riser? Come on, Riser. Now I want you to win. Riser, what?
no room on the board. And
What?
the first two turns.
Wow, I never would have thought that Zoot perhaps is better at literati than Riser.
One game.
Yeah, but he's spanking you.
I didn't know it was. I didn't know it was actually.
He's learned from me.
Um,
I don't think he's looking at the word. One, he's passing down blocks. The one.
He does do that, especially towards the end of the game.
I have fuck the frustrating majority. Oh fuck, I fucked up, brother, I fucked up. I really fucked up. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
I'm got I really
You gonna put him out of his misery?
uh, um, whenever ever. And just quit. Brother, quit.
You quit? Get him again. No, Zoot, get him again. Then you can actually say that you're better than he is. Give it to him. Give it to him, Zoot. Seriously, Zoot, give it to him. Zoot, dude, I'll destroy him. Zoot, perfect. Beat him. One more game, Zoot, please. Because I want you to win. I want you to beat him 2 games. Then you can actually say it wasn't a fluke. So beat him, Zoot. All right, is it 0-0?
Let me go bells. Swear to God, we'll have fucking bells. Oh my God, he just played a good. Why did you blank so early? I don't know. I guess I could say that. Probably. I have only played this 4 times. That's not a big deal. I love you. Look, I fucked up, Rabbi.
How did you fuck up, big dog?
I did play a very headline movie.
Uh-oh. It sounds like we're going to have a playoff.
I'm 3x.
What's the score?
Great. Is not a word. What is it? What's on what? I don't have to be a word on me like left. I just want, I just want, I come back, Rabbi. I'm coming back.
Get him, baby.
Oh, essentially.
What's the score, Riser?
Is 60 to 40
All right.
for me. For me. On really? On? What does that even? Tell me what that means. Honda. Show for Honda. They're Honda. Rabbi played
What did I play yesterday?
Honda.
Thunder?
Honda.
Honda, yeah. No, hun means like, it's short for honey.
think there's a word that starts with and then A.
Ova. Uvula.
Oh, wait. What?
And has an I that also. Oh. Oh, yeah. Wow. Why does it?
It's on a bonus. What?
What about all the bonus? That's how you.
Uh, yeah.
Well,
What's the score?
I have
Maryland.
only vowels.
We'll swap them out then.
The score is on. Oh, yeah.
That's close.
Uh,
Dude, what's the score?
huh?
I have very.
Okay, what is the score? 100 to what? 108 to. Get him, Zoot.
First private. That sucks. Not even on the bike. Okay. I have. I probably gonna work. Okay. This is gonna set me up. Oh, fuck. Fuck. If you have an E and a D, I'm fucked.
Okay.
Do your research. Hey, Raza, did you have 100 point?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mason.
And 5 Bitcoin.
Oh, fucking hell. That's That's 700 grand right now, right?
Yeah, Canadian dollars. Yeah, it's like over a million to get together.
Do you use the US dollar in Canada? I know you have the Canadian dollar, but like people roll dollar.
Not really.
You used to be able to.
Okay.
When I was there, you could just pay in American dollars as they were Canadian dollars, and they'd accept them because they were worth more.
Oh, no, I'm sure that's probably true. Third behind. What
One,
did you just
one in front. One in front.
It's definitely that way in Mexico too. I don't know if it's that way still in.
go? Or and back.
What's the score, big dog?
109. Okay.
Good job, big man. Good job. That's what I'm talking about.
And his
Rise, are you gonna get him?
I just thought that ridiculous. But
Yeah.
like your capital gains tax, capital gains tax, capital gains tax, like the highest.
Yeah. So I think it's mostly make over 500,000 or something.
Even if you had the, even if you
Yeah,
had
if you make like over 500,000.
even if you could sell your Bitcoin and Ethereum you had, you'd pay like shit on tax. I mean, just borrow it against it and avoid taxes.
Because you can be my lawyer. Nowhere to go again.
Like you're making up excuses for not being better than Zoop. Zoop, I'm proud of you, dude.
No, I'm about
Yo, pimp.
this civil lawsuit is going to take too long, so I didn't file it yet. Fuck this guy.
Dude, I'll teach you how to create bots.
That's probably not good enough.
What do you mean it's not good enough?
How's that going to
Well, I mean, what do you want to do? Go to his house and beat him up?
most likely?
That's what I want to know.
much money and then Bitcoin Obama went stolen. None.
I didn't get scammed out of money. I got scammed out of labor.
Oh yeah.
Fucking knock on. I had to knock on fucking $500 fucking week.
Tell him the story of what happened with the solar.
I remember it. I heard about it.
Fucking cunt. I'm owed like $600.
I was due 20 points behind, buddy. What are you gonna do?
Dude, get him. Get that bonus, dude. It's an acronym for matures I like fucking, but it's really moms I want to fuck. I like fuck.
No, I'm almost at 100 points. Still at? Yeah. Forever. They're literally just tacking on.
What's the score?
Yes, it's gonna strike him out. Oh.
You got him with 48 points. What was 48 points? Fuze.
Yeah, and then like a bonus.
Oh, dude. So you guys have to play another one.
I win. Yes.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely, Zoot. Come on. It's 2 out of 3. It's 2 out of 3. Oh, you guys suck. Zoot, do you have an S? Can you add it to like get fuses or something? Or a D to get fused? Or an R to get fuser?
Yeah, I'm going.
That is garbage. Dude, don't give up.
Oh. I just came in.
Oh no.
How many points did he get?
100.
Good job, Zoot. That's good. What's the score, Riser?
100.
Zoot, what's Riser? What's the score? How many tiles are left? Oh, it's over.
Oh, I think I'm not building. Fucking oh, this. I have a. That would be huge. Deal. Rep, but rep. Eh? Oh, kill him. I kill you. I'm about to kill you. I just want.
You think Riser's better than I am at literati?
They're playing this one down 6-8.
Yeah, he'll claim he won like 15 times a game.
Looking for words for 25.
That would work. Fucking you there. Wait a sec. Fuck you. Holy shit.
Scrambling.
I'm not even joking when I say the last letters I have left. Fuck. That's I have. The last one the letters I have. Feel like fuck.
Oh, there's nowhere I can go.
Rabbi, do I hit the resign button?
No, you take it like a man.
Alright, sorry.
2 out of 3. Here we go. 2 out of 3.
Pretty late. Hey, what time is it in Canada? 4 a.m.
5:25.
You're never gonna get. Never gonna get a good one.
Oh, Riser, I find you so funny. Dog, there are a bunch of clubbers who do it. I figured it would. I figured it would. It didn't. It's like it should be here within the next 90 days, and they've put out like one trailer for it. Zoot, remember when you were like, it's coming out fall 2025, and I was like, I think it's gonna come out 2026. And you're like, nope, definitely this fall. But it just seemed like they were teasing everybody. So wait, let's get it straight. Is GTA 6 coming out in 2026? May 2026. Dude, it's going to be another year and a month. And it's going to be at least $80. They finally announced a date. It's going to be May 26, 2026. They already have it. They just have to change the location. Exactly. They just it's not like they have to reinvent the wheel, recreate a computer. Like 10. More than that. The third one. Wow. So, but um I think so. The first two were like above, they were like bird's eye view. The third one was groundbreaking, and that's the one I think where they added hookers. All right, big dog, congratulations on your win. I personally have played both you and Zoot, and I think you're stiffer competition. So I was surprised to see a loss from you tonight, but you never know. You might get. You want to play me? You know, I was at. Oh yeah, that's a fun game. You know, I was in a deep sleep until like 2:30 in the morning when I had this Australian come into the Discord yelling at me, and it was Zoot. Great question. So, okay, let's talk about it really quickly. I had. Okay, here we go, big dog. Here we go. So I've been doing the night shift or whatever until like, okay, so I do this spamming thing. But if I spam people in the middle of the night, it's cool. But I like to spam people during the day because there are more Americans awake and, English speaking people. So I have been just basically burning the midnight oil and staying up all night. And then I've been taking like a nap. So like yesterday I took a nap or like two naps. But then I get people who come in here and want to play. I have two friends of mine, Miss Aquarius and Audadusky, and they like to play um, bowling before they go to bed. So so like literally I have to awake to play them in bowling, and then I go back to bed, and then Zoot comes in here, and then I play him. We have this cycle that we do. We do 5 games of mini golf, and I do my best to beat him 5 games in a row. Then we play a game of literati where I just smack talk him the whole time. Then we play um, blitz blitzball or whatever the blitz one. Yeah, I beat him 16 games in a row the other night. Um, and I think in total he's won 9 games. Yeah, I mean there's not a lot of skill to it, but it is kind of fun. I beat him 16 games in a row, and then we play table soccer. Then I give him the option to play like a new game or something, and then we usually end on darts, and he usually beats me. Night night, big dog. Sweet dreams, big man.
So it's accrued, and I think it's 6 seconds code in the morning. Uh, long period of time. And way, I think it's basically binary. Yeah, it's learn more about you, communicate about you more. Like I'm not, Tesla shows about the internal world. Nice to tell us about the internal world. Worse than that, you press the button, it says recruit unavailable. Why? That's transparency. Yeah. We renamed driver monitoring packet driver state. We have car state packet. That's the state of the car, and that's driver state. What is it? But I'm focused on that's possible. Uh, it's not. I haven't looked into it, but seriously, look at it's not on the eyes. Might need something about the car. Might need how they're controlling the car. I guess that's fundamentally care about. I think options for new people. And they look at the talking right there, and the car is like an extension of the body. So I think drop the track of the fleet. One of the current ones is pilot. What came from he was person not as good as autopilot as some cars. Like the curve coming up to a red light at like 55. Radar stop car problem. It's it's hard to car from no way. Eventually, how to navigate on pilot. I'll train the net to look at waves. I'll run waves in the background. I'll train the pilot on using usage factors. Very carefully country stack cover relative enemy 1 minute. And then we use that to ground truth back in where the car went. How are you like it? Great. Where are you located? What's basically whatever on there? What's and we have articulator training. That's your feeling about the real world or simulation for training. Training. So we have to distinguish two types of simulators, right? There's a simulator that like completely fake. I could get my car to drive around in GTA. I think the kind of simulator. There's so many analogy here is like, okay, fine. You're not solving the computer vision problem, but you're solving the computer graphics, right? And you think you can get very far by creating ultra graphics. No, because you create ultra realistic graphics in the road, now create ultra realistic visual models of the other cars. Oh well, I'll use my self-driving. No, well, actual human. Because that's what you're trying to learn. Driving what humans they drive. Whatever Waymo does, I don't think it's driving. Right. Well, I think if you Waymo and others, any use for reinforcement learning, you get it used quite well. I studied pedestrian lots. Try to train models from real data, how pedestrian learning models to make pedestrian human-like. By that point, you've already gone so many layers. Did you hand code your vector of their you guys learn anything from before deep learning? Oh, okay. Actually, perception to you, if you, I mean, what's the hardest part of that? No human understandable feature vector separating perception and planning. That's the best way I can put that. No, it's just all together. Auditory problem. So you can take localization. Localization and planning, there is a human understandable feature vector. Okay, so I have one. 30 degrees orientation, closed derivatives, maybe those, right? That's human understandable. That's between perception and planning. Waymo has perception back and then a plan. And one of the things Waymo is right is they have a simulator that can separate. They can like play their perception data and test it. What I'm talking about like trying to work on them and can't work. Now, problem that I don't understand code feature vector, right? Like you have like here's my list. Here's my list. What are you? You're saying that's too difficult and engineer. I'm saying that there is no state vector. Given a perfect, I could be the best team of engineers in the world, build a perception. Best team to build planners. All you have to do is define the state vector. State vector that separates. What is the output of your perception? Output of the perception system, it's there's okay, well there's one is the sample, one is the other is drivable area, sample space, and then there's an object, and different objects in seen over time. You can try to start modeling the trajectory object. I can give you a concrete example of something like that. So, say there's a bush in it. Humans understand that bush that may or may not be a car find that bush. Drivable area and a list of objects on a group. Now you have to have a clue. Right. That, what do you plan? Okay, so I can't see. Well, if it's the other side of the house, I don't care. What the car is. And if you say, okay, we'll add that, I can come up with 10 more examples that you can't have. An area that would have a entire occlusion is part of it, or part of it. But what I'm saying is, if you have an engineer, if your perception system output is written in a spec document, it is I mean, I certainly hard to argue with that because that's going. Now I'll tell you what the outside workers. 2024 dimensional trainer.
Oh, on that.
No, that 2024 dimension.
Okay. So they,
And that's the perception. That's the perception. Think about an autoencoder. Right? If an autoencoder for faces, you say it's dimension in the middle, it's face over here, face over here. You can label faces.
no, but think about that. But
Even if you tried to do it by hand, could you come up with a spec your between your encoder and your decoder?
as that it wasn't time, but there.
No, but you could design. If you could design a face reconstructor, could you come up with a spec?
No, but I think we're missing here. I think you're just being very poetic about expressing fundamental problems. They're going to be missing so much that each of us just look fundamental world.
I'm not making a claim about simulators. I'm making a claim about spec vision, perception, and planning in your right. If you're trying to build a car that drives, if you're trying to hand code the output of the perception system, saying like, here's a list of all the cars and here's a list of all the people, here's included areas, here's a vector of drivable areas. And if you start to move that, you realize that's the way one goes.
Currently, what we're doing, perception problem, converting just, and then around that as the thing that really there's a lot missing. But first of all, why are we talking full autonomy? Something to think about.
Oh, I want to win self-driving cars.
Well, your definition of win
Level 4 or 5. I don't think level 4 is okay. I want to build the algo of driving.
So AlphaGo is really end to end. Is end to end. I think no problem. That also kind of what you're getting at with the perception and the planning. The whole problem, the right way to do it is to learn the entire.
I'll argue that not only is it the right way, the only way.
Well,
Certainly true for Go. Everyone who tried to hand code Go thinks some period came along and wrote some 10,000 line thing that doesn't know anything about Go that beat every 10,000 lines.
The open question then that maybe I can ask you is driving much harder than the question is how much harder. How I think the Elon Musk with planning and perception, similar to what you're describing, turning it not kind of modular, but really formulating learning problem. So how many years? That's one. How many years would it solve this problem, or how hard is this problem?
You know, the cool thing is, I think there's a lot of value that we can deliver along the way. I think that build lane actually plus adaptive cruise control plus okay, looking at ways, extend like all of driving.
Most of the time.
Oh, your adaptive cruise control treats red lights like cars.
So jump around with the question that you know autopilot. What advice? How would you do better? It's a feature that's done really well.
I think that it's too reliant on like hand-coded hacks or like how does navigate an autopilot do a lane change? It actually does the same lane change every time, and it feels mechanical. I will do a one. Navigate an autopilot, at least every time I use it, it's identical.
How do you learn? I mean, this is fundamental. Actually,
something that's still, that's probably that's better than most cars, but it's still a good job of creating a comfort, natural, and navigating an autopilot is just the main mention of that. So how do you learn natural? So we have it, and I can talk about how it works. So I think that we have the solution for lateral. We don't yet have the solution for longitude. Longitudinal is harder than the length component. And we train on it very like our model has an input whether it's giving a length, and then when we train the end-to-end model, we can label a length change. You have to. I've struggled a long time about not wanting to do that, but I think more of the training did. Right? But we actually give an automatic ground filter which automatically pulls all the lane changes. That automatically label lane change and detect the lane. I see the process. Right? I don't know if that's that. Now, it when it's doing lane change and then I set it to 0 when it's not doing lane change. Now, if I want to do lane change test time, I just but so if you get the state lane change, some percentage, not 100%, that would be not pleasant. That's some part of it out. No, right. Look, it's Asia. How do we leave the ones that are natural? That's your ultimate criticism. Current and autopilot. Current navigated autopilot is a handbook policy written by an engineer. Probably a better version of that, but yes. That's what we've written it. Yeah, that's what it means. Yeah. How to do a lane change in data? It's just like you have a label lane change. It'll automatically do the lane change appropriate information. Now, that is the problem of haven't worked much on it. It's not that much of a problem. My theory, all good drivers are good at Well, eventually, if that I hope it's true, is the counter any arbitrarily closer to the driver. If it's one closer to the driver, covers the learners and follows a good person. That would be a nice thing that let's say lane a cluster on that level. I would argue all four of those will take the random noise and that. The for making one context, it depends on and the hope is it's not yeah, the hope is that the whole wash it down. The hope is that there's distribution style by the whole yeah. Navigate another pilot. Only if the slot is driving longer. But you know, practical nature understand how coordinate good and that's what I really question. But I just know that it's a guy and it's roller that's just direction that kind of creep up and that's but every time I
Friction.
I'm just proud of this problem. You know, reality, in the end, if you look at reality, people have built today, like reality, learning, start, statements that light up. At which point, we're learning the internet, communication, driving. It is a question. I'll say this: I'm here. I'm not here. I'm here to play money along the way. I'm not here to try to build an LY network or be other are also on any things not. I will bet you money. I'll bet you. I can go with you go back. They were all promised by 2017. Weren't back from for marriage. Not now. Okay, so let's separate L. Do I think it's possible for Waymo to kind of hack their system until it gets level 4 in Chandler, Arizona? Yeah. No safety driver? Chandler, Arizona? Yeah. By what? Sorry. Oh, I even think that's possible. But level 4, Chandler, Arizona, not level 5. Level 4, meaning some defined, very defined streets. Actually, these streets are pretty. Most of the are covered in. People can kind of change the definition of driving. Right? If you're self-driving network, majority of cars and they only need to be safe with respect to each other, and all the humans will need to adapt to that. Now we'll drive in downtown New York. And that's pretty cool already. You can talk about autonomy. Cars are you can. What is that's the what are the milestones? Is well, it's never over. Yeah, but you know, you must. Sure, right? What is a good big milestone that we're hoping for uh, by mid next year is profitability. Um, and we're gonna have to read selling product, but it's not gonna be like the combo one. It's perfect. Open Pilot has gotten so much better in the last 2 years. You can have you can have 100% driver money and disable no signals in the car. Right now, project we're analyzing all the 80 features. We have a better data set on that than the how much does how many would have 10 million miles? I don't know how many. So if you ask financial guys, they work with a lot of automakers, and the point possible is on selling. So with something that well, not selling in a way where our associate them for my world is a better place where I make, and then they have yes. And I think a lot of people hungry. Here's the problem. I like this idea of all very easy for me to access my servers. We already have all open source tools. It's a great format. We have a great pipeline. Put me in the talk, and he's not going to know most of the words I'm saying. But I'm like, okay. No. I think I agree with you. I'm the same way, but on terms, what discussion needed? If I could just hold in the terms, and then like, all right, who wants to access my data? I will tell it to you for say, well, you want a subscription? I'll sell you for 100K a month. Anyone? 100K a month? I'll give you access to the subscription. Yeah, that's kind of big. I know off the top of my head. There's like a 3-line email where it's like, you would like to pay 100K a month to access data, like full privacy terms of the people who are in the data set. I would be happy. It's going to be, email is going to be, hey, do you have some time in the next month where we can sit down and time for that? It's politely that email, but it's not saying, oh, I mean, happy. Well, so let's try to brought the cost down in order to utilize the friction of mitigate whatever money scholarship and less. And it's not like I get that from like, but okay, am I going to reach out? Am I going to hire a different development person who's actually automated? If they reached into me, I'm not going to ignore you. I'll come back with something. Yeah, if you're willing to. I'm not. I'm not actually quite as right. Probably. But the out and they want it, but mobilized circa 2015 at the lowest R&D spend of any. Like you look at all the yeah, you have no patience in that. Shit, Android. I have something to do, right? Like it's not like I don't need to like be patient. Doesn't help us. If I want money in the short term, if I showed off like actual tech that we have, it's bad. Maybe not. That's like less than compare it to like what the Toyota recently has. You're not even close to what we have. Comment. Well, but I also I have to take comment. I usually maybe, but I have to take it with a grain of salt because I mean you are an inspiration. About a lot of other companies care about. People don't try to bullshit. That's like pick up stuff, so rival value your skill and you can love and admire that a lot. What I don't necessarily fully trust you on, with all due respect, how good it is, right? I can only, but I also know how bad. I'll say, don't trust the verify. I'll say, one, try, Corolla and try Opal 0.6 when it's done. I think already, look at it, like, already, and I could be doing that all with hand labelers and all with like the approach that like mobile release no longer has the only outputs a path. And think about how we did that machine learning, and then right away, yeah, that's going to go pilot 4.1.0. That model, build everything I'm saying is house. You know what I'm saying? Right? Yeah. Pretty exciting. And but I listened to your talk with Kyle, and Kyle was originally building the aftermarket system, and up on it. of the fact that he's going to have to support 20 to 50 cars. What is he manufacturing? Have alerts with all of that, all the cars, and how is he going to verify? Well, 10 million probably better verified than that.
I'm glad you're talking. I remember a child, large folks, and work with GM. I more interesting because chances that you fail, business-wise, like bankrupt, are pretty high.
Yeah.
And yet, the Android model, really inspiring.
I don't know.
The problem, for autopilot, for example, is if you don't expect waste big money, big value that's going to pop up.
I've noticed it. 27. Our long-term plans. I'm driving twice the state. Safest drivers. Driving unsafe. We're not going to. And that causes a bifurcation of the market. And get combination bad drivers. For them, they're crazy low. But wouldn't crush it over that whole market.
Okay, so
But that's what I'm saying. How do you run comprehension?
you must. Well, who else is the more connected? Or the competitors? Serious? Anyone I'm aware of is serious taking on, where it turns eventually economy and create, that creates up the business on top of the line, insurance, all kinds of ideas. My sense is everybody turns to that in 4 or 5 years. Forward once the economy, but
Who owns the iOS? And by the way, flavor.
right,
I would not iOS. I would not become AI if it was not for the conversation on, and if it were not for him saying well, obviously we're not going to use cameras.
when you think about that, how important is LiDAR? Everybody else is compromised LiDAR. What are your thoughts on his Boston LiDAR?
Sometimes they'll say dumb things, sometimes they'll say absolutely 100% obvious conclusions. Of course, LiDAR's a crutch. It's not even a good crutch. You're not even.
Yeah.
In the first place, if you don't localize your car, just here's a drive.
Yeah, they're not currently not doing LiDAR.
Goal of those LiDARs on those cars, I think, locally more than perception. Or at least that's what they. If you want to localize it, fancy broken. Either
They're not taking some research. There's not at well.
they do use it for perception. Not saying but the have been making radar based as well. You could remove the LiDAR and around a lot of dynamic object perspective. You want to get centimeter accurate localization.
Which what would be your advice to them now? Way more. Doing serious, way more out of all of them. Way serious about the long game. Every pilot years will be one left standing. Given the
The nice things about both ways.
nice.
Waymo is far the furthest from the Waymo has a device on all that Waymo works. Maybe 3 years. Waymo looking back works. They haven't. Now, I'd argue that Waymo has spent too much money to capitalize to get back their losses. Also, self-driving cars have no network. Uber has network. Drivers, self-driving cars have capital. No network. If I want to blanket a new self-driving cars, I buy the Chinese knockoff stuff. And I buy enough. I can't do that. I like first advantage.
Can you learn a little bit? You're not talking about Facebook or cars.
Okay. Yeah. I open for business in Austin. I need to attract both sides. I need to both get drivers on my platform and riders. And I need to get them both. Riders aren't going to use it if one side. Drivers aren't going to use it. Riders. Carefully balance them. And whenever you carefully balance them, there's a great first mover advantage. Because there's a switching cost for everything. Right? Drivers and the riders will have to switch. Let's even say that, the Uber show. And the Uber somehow, agrees to do things bigger. We're just going to, we've done it more efficiently. Uber only takes 5% of the cost instead of 10% of the return. What is it? Switching costs higher than 5%. You actually can, in markets like that, you have a first mover. Autonomous vehicles of the level 5 have no first mover. Technology becomes commoditized. Say I want to go to a new city. Look at this. It's going to look a lot more like every person with a check in blanket city and scooters, and that's why you have 10 different scooter companies. Which one's going to win? It's a race to the bottom. It's terrible marketing. Because there's no market. And the scooters don't get a say whether they want to be bought or plug in.
Right. So the
Entice scooters, deals, and
whenever you have to use that capital, that
it doesn't come back.
it can't be Waymo approach.
Oh, I'm saying even if it does happen.
Even if it does technically, I don't know if I were to say, like, already there, I thought about that, but I would challenge approach. Waymo's cruises, not just technical approach, but creating value. I still don't understand how you Uber or do I don't understand how you long term. It just feels like
Oh, and then for every little thing, I'll say nice thing about Cruise. That was my nice thing about Waymo. Years after. For 3 years, technically, ahead of everything. My nice thing about Cruise is them buying them for $1 billion. GM bought an insurance policy against Waymo. They put Cruise 3 years behind Waymo. That means people will get a monopoly on the technology at both.
And technology works. And you might not even be right about it. Years might be less.
Might be less. Cruise actually might not be that far behind. Waymo has waffled around, or how much of it actually is that long tail.
Okay. That's nice. Nice thing. GM. That's
Sure. It's a smart insurance policy. I mean, I think that's how I can't Cruise working out any other. For Cruise to leapfrog Waymo.
yeah. So let's talk about the underlying assumption.
We're not going to leapfrog Tesla. Tesla will have to seriously mess up for us because get those leapfrog, right?
What was an idea? Direction. And so Cruise, Waymo, and
your verbiage.
So, question is, do you think that the room is like, okay, I'll give you examples. Could be prevalent mapping that allow you to map Jewish maps of the whole world, all weather where revolution like not just where all or that kind of thing. Any room for break.
What I said about, they actually get the whole thing. I'll say this about, we divide driving into problems, and actually, static driving problem is where the only car. Okay? And this problem can be solved 100% with technology. This is why farms work the way they do. All you have to deal with is static problem, and you can statically schedule games, right? So statically scheduling process, statically scheduling tractors to each other on the path. You know, that's the static driving. Maps only help you with static driving.
Question: static driving just makes it sound like it's
Static driving.
Well, the whole drifting out of lane, like out of lane, failing static.
Tesla is out of static driving problem. Not world. Static driving problem is
One route, one weather, one state of lane marking, like duration, no cracks in the
no,
road.
I'm assuming you have a perfect local, so that solves it better than
Problems. How could
you build it first one.
LiDAR?
Yeah, you use LiDAR. Use LiDAR, build a perfect localizer. Building a perfect localizer without LiDAR it's gonna be hard. You get 10 centimeters without LiDAR, you can get 1 centimeter.
Care about the 1 or 10 centimeter. I'm concerned every once in a while you just
Yeah, so this is why you have to carefully make sure you're always you want to use LiDAR to get the reliability of that up 100,000 miles, and then you fall back to where it's not that bad, right? I get it to the point, like, as a that you're never going to get
this is brilliant. That's the static LiDAR apps. That's easy. Everybody's already I got it. It's not as challenging.
Well, okay, it's obvious. The third one's hard. Where do we get? And a lot of people don't even think about the third one. It's different. The second one is dynamic. The second one is like, hey, there's an obvious example, like a car stopping at a light. Right? You can't have that car in your map. You don't know whether that car is going to be there or not. So you have to detect that car in real time, and then you have to do the appropriate thing, right? Also, that car is not a fixed object. That car may move. You have to predict what that car will do. Right? The dynamic. Yeah. You have to deal with this. This involves, again, like, you're going to need models of other people's games.
Are you including that on the second one? On the third one?
Oh.
Are you including that you're in
That's the third. Okay. That's the third. We call it the counterfact.
yeah.
And the fact. So the static and the dynamic, our approach right now for lateral will scale from static and dynamic. Counterfact will only. So the I want to do, we have all these cars, and of course we're turning them. I'm always going to turn the exploiter up to max. I'm not going to have them. But the only real way to get it to counterfactual is to
So that's fascinating. Down like that,
I've spent my life.
So part of it is slightly because
Not my life.
you have like some non-zero sense of your brain as a madman. But safety component, I think, with the counterfactual want treat people out. How do you even start to think about general? You have some restrictions and so on. I frankly lost by the priority on towards my view. Counterfactual actually exploring this world of how do you interact with dynamic objects and so on. How do you think about this?
Reinforcement learning without ever exploring. I said that about your reinforcement learning, like a temperature parameter. Your
There
temperature
she is.
parameter is how often you start that. I could set that to zero and feel that.
Problem is learning.
So, consequences. Autopilot and autopilot are making mistakes left. We have 700 daily active users, thousands of autopilot makes tens of thousands of mistakes have to be constant. These mistakes are, if I want to if I'm careful. And the huge engagement that reinforcement learning can come to three ways.
Driver monitoring, we
Yes.
how is your message say valid feeling?
Oh, if I could scale, I couldn't scale with any amount of money. I've raised money. If I had a way to scale it. I don't like, I guess I can scale it more. I want to make it a good.
So what's the message here? I got to there's a basic practice. The matters sorry, like where it's much better. It won't really matter. But it's like that attention on it. Like the same. Like so how do you that's the
Our message is pretty clear. Like, our messaging wasn't that clear at the beginning, and I do call myself for that. We are proud right now to level. We are proud to talk about level 4 is current hardware. It's going to be just a upgrade. Hardware. Very carefully thought out. Right now, we are proud to be level 2. And we have a rigorous, not like okay, rigorous, rapid. Let's see. We make it .mg, and it says safety.mg. So well, this is the technical, and I like that conversation. Like sometimes people will come to me and they're like, "This is not safe." Okay. Have you read my safety docs? Would you like to have an intelligent conversation about this? And the answer is always no. They just like scream about runs Python. Okay, what you're saying that because Python's not real time, Python not being real time never causes engagement. Engagement is caused by the model. But safety element says the following. First and foremost, the driver must be paying attention at all. I don't think that I still consider the software out the software until we can actually enforce that. But I feel it's very low communication for you. More things. One is the user must be able to take control of the vehicle at all. So if you step on the gas or brake with autopilot, full manual control back or press the gas. Step 2, the car will never react so quickly. So quickly, a second. That you can't react to. And we do find acceleration. We have like autopilot's way lower. Another potential. If I could tweak autopilot, I would lower the torque with edge up. Because autopilot can jerk the wheel water. Autopilot can't. And all this code is open source, usable, and I believe Misra is like the automotive. At first, I've come to respect. I've been like, I've come to respect them. They're actually very smart people.
Yeah, brilliant people. They have a lot of question. In this case,
Like, anyway, outside the language, they talk about like whether certain conditions are definable or undefinable. I mean like the whole problem, and all right, earned by respect. And you carefully saying when it comes.
all right, file level, beautiful. If you were the founder, on the AI, they were the headers. What the heck are you now? Connection on the AI.
I'm the president, but I'm one of those like unelected presidents of like a dictatorship country, not one of those like elected presidents.
Like, there's a governance structure, but the on the AI is you want to agent getting things right now, making some small works.
Our burn rate is about 100K a month, and our revenue is about 100K a month. So we need to 4x our revenue, but we haven't like tried very hard at that yet.
Revenue, so
Still stuff shoved at company.
there are other, well, okay. Have to figure out.
That's our only. That's like respectable revenue. It's like selling. We're honest and transparent about what they are.
Because you could easily start smoke, selling the ice. Oh, you're the guy, you're the iPhone.
Oh, I hate that. I hate that. Yeah, I can trade my social capital for more money. I did it once, and I regret it.
Well, on a small game, what's your team? Not like you're also growing to fame. Where have you on? Where are you? Where are you on that? Currently, you had some section.
Yeah. I actually I've come to a pretty like after the first time. I realized that I don't want attention. I want attention from people who I respect.
So, are these like mustache pictures?
Or actually, you know what? I'll make it more broad. I won't make it about a person. I respect people who have skills, and I would like to like be famous, but be like known among more people who have like.
Who, in cars, you not that you respect?
Oh, Albo has skill. A lot of people in Waymo have skill. And I respect it. I respect it. Like I think about all the times in my life where I've been set on approaches and they've been wrong. So I mean, I might be wrong. I got a decent chance that I'm wrong.
And actually, I mean, having talked to Emerson early on, guys, I mean, yeah, by the guy, jet, drive a car through the desert, possible that.
And then I also really respect the people who are like writing the infrastructure of the world, minus Torvalds and Chris Lackey. I don't think they're doing the real work.
Talking to Chris Lackey, you realize, when they're humble, you realize, oh, you guys were just using your,
oh yeah,
all the hard work. Yeah, incredible. What do you think, Anthony Malinowski, when you, he's another mad genius.
sharp guy. Oh yeah.
Would, might long term become a competitor?
Oh, well, I think that he has the other right approach. I think that right now there's right approach. One is what they're doing, and one is what he's doing.
I think about Monto AI starting with the approaches.
And Mark is also the same sort of thing. The idea is almost that you want to. So, I can't partner with Honda and Toyota. Honda and Toyota are like 400,000 person companies. It's not even a company at this point. Like I don't think that I don't quantify that big of a company. But a trucker drives for maybe that has some truckers are independent. Some truckers drive for 100 trucks. There are tons of independent trucking companies out there. Start a trucking company and drive your costs down, or figure out how to drive down the cost of trucking. Another company that I respect is Lotto. I respect it. Lotto sells a driver monitoring camera, and they sell it to people. If I owned a fleet of cars and I could pay, $40 a month to monitor my employee, it reduces accidents. So that's in the States, that is the model that I like that. They're creating value today.
Yeah, that's how do we put value today with Blink, and sounds like and they're most ahead on the driver monitoring. I think people are value. I still, I'm not a huge fan of the state everything monitoring. I that completely. That's JB point that get the experience right. Not
Oh no, not at all. In fact, right now we maybe the timeout depends on the state. But we want to depend on if you're on an empty highway, it's very different if you don't pay attention and it's you're coming up to a traffic light.
And long term, probably love for the driver. I watched a lot of it. And do very different styles.
Yeah, I got millions of miles of stuff.
Moment when large fraction watching videos just never fails. Learn. It never fails from video watching learn something else. In fact, I usually when I eat lunch, I'll on the weather watch the best eye to understand from a computer vision eye model predictions made.
This is what I mean about state factor.
Trying to always I'm understanding how to learn how hard is the learning problem here. Something that from a hacking perspective poses an issue with folks. First, the most popular question is trolley problem, right? Because it's not a problem. There are some ethical questions I think that arise. If there's any ethical serious questions,
Well, so there is actually an alert in our code ethical. It's not triggered. We don't know how yet to detect the ethical dilemmas, but we're a level 2 system. We're going to troll. No, but the trolley problem deserves to be trolled.
that's a beautiful answer, actually.
I know. I gave it to someone who was sometimes people ask me about the trolley. Have a discussion. I'm get someone who's really earnest about it. Kind of if you ask a bunch of people in an office whether we will stack or no stack, if they're not that technical, if you ask them what color they want to paint the office, everyone knows okay. That's why we try.
That's a good answer. Yeah, we're able to detect it. That's an option. Nice to see route. Okay, but
I love it.
Love it. So the other thing that people have to learn about AI in general is hacking. So how hard is it to hack an account? So either people access or more so popularity.
Adversarial examples. You want to see some adversarial examples that affect? Oh well, there used to be a stop sign here, but I put a black bag over the stop sign. People ran it. Adversarial. right? Like tons of human adversarial examples too. Question in general about like security. So, like something just came out today, and like they're always like navigate on autopilot, fooled by a GPS. All they more cars relying on or have driving policy or doing something. And this is why such a terrible idea. It now relies on both parties getting right. This is not even. I think of security is like a special case. It's like put a little, piece of caution tape around the hole, walk into it by accident. Security is like putting 10-foot fence around the hole. People cannot walk into it with barbed wire on top, right? So, like, if you're designing systems that are like unreliable, there's definitely consequences. Your car should always do something safe using its local system, and then the local system is hardwired. And then, could somebody hack into your CAN bus and turn your brakes? Yes, but they could do it before Common AI too.
Let's think out of the box. So, do you think teleoperation will remotely and then control the cars?
I think that the operation by design requires a constant link to the cars. It doesn't work.
So that's the same argument. Why?
There's a lot of non-critical stuff you can. I like the eye with the eye is already. There's a lot of great stuff you can do with the eye. Like for example, and well, where we have Waze, right? Waze can route me around town. That's a great example of flash. And then okay, the car automatically pops up the big service.
Yeah, the fundamental fallback.
No, if any of your things that require wireless communication are more than have an Apple rating,
Previously said that life is work, and then you don't do anything to relax. So, how do you feel about hard work? What is it? What do you think it takes to accomplish this thing? There's a lot of people saying that they're balanced, you want to accomplish great things, take some time off, but so on. And some people are saying
I said that. On camera, right before, so like, right? Like I do not reflect before I am. I'm at a party. I'm so down. Of course, I so like, I think that's like, I don't mean that every minute of the day you should be working. I actually not the way to maximize. You're working 12 hours a day. You should be smarter and not harder.
well, work is thing or personal, like family. Also, has Rush, the calling mentioned that one of the girlfriend.
Yeah.
So, that's a topic that I'm also interested by, not necessarily girlfriend. What kind of system is that? A girlfriend, whether you're controlling or not.
No, that one I'm very serious about. About that on both a shallow level and a deep level. I think that our brothels are coming sooner than not robot. Right. But
There's I don't know if you watched the Black Mirror episode.
I watched it. Actually, but
No, where their friends were having
yard game.
AR games. Guys, one of them was no,
Yeah.
which is another mind blowing. Are you have to form animals having sex?
Well, then that's perfect.
Yeah, lot of the possible happening.
And I wish, yeah, sometimes the way they little like that'd be so. Well, no, on a shallow level, like you have like almost a brothel with like real dolls and Oculus Quest, right? Some good software. I think it'd be a cool novelty. But no, on a deeper like emotional level, I mean, yeah, I would really like to fall in love with machines. So
Being long term of the kind monogamous now robot AI. Not even robot.
I think about my high school future. When I read Elias Yudkowsky's early writing on singularity and like that AI is going to catch human intelligence massively. It's a Moore's law-based prediction that most of agree with, and then I really struggled with the next life. Like, why should I even bother to learn anything? As long as machines show up. Well, maybe when I was that young, I was more pure, like funk, and then I'm like, well, the machine ain't here yet. Let's try my best. Like, what happens? But best possible, I see sort of merging, and the way that I try to long-term monogamous relationship with a machine.
Oh, you don't think they're going for another life? Or to them?
I see merging. I see like yes, interface to my brain, like the same relationship merge with an AI, right? What is that merging? I see couples together for a long time. And, like I almost think it's one person. Like couples spend all their time together.
That's not here. What does that merging look like? Not just a nice channel. A lot of people imagine link, link.
I don't believe in that.
But it's more you think that same kind of relationship as another. So that's what merging.
I don't believe that link is possible. I think that link, you're like, oh, I'm going to download Wikipedia right to my brain. I am limited by my mind. I read limited by my processing. And scrap that sounds kind of unclear how to do it and horrifying. But if I am somebody, I'll use a somebody who is making a super sophisticated model of, and then running simulations on that model. I'm not going to get into the question of simulations of consciousness or not. I don't really want to know what it's doing. But those simulations lay out hypothetical for me, deciding what things made him to guide me on the path. That's why I do.
So on that path, AI of level intelligence, you mentioned evil, very like again, controlling God could be part controlling his.
I don't know what that means. Or what is it?
Yeah, so that's really the question. How many years there you want to be? I mean, fundamental abilities of AI, just all that kind of
I'm my roots, but I can buy a human for like $1 million. It's about one team these grades. I want like if they claim 100K, that's being generous. I think it's actually more like 20, so that's like 5 teams. That's pretty good. But no, I could buy a stack of the data center full of them, and for $1 million, I can worth of when you look at the number of when you hit human, which goes up very very slowly, and machine clock, which goes up exponentially, but it's still nowhere near. I think that's talk about when the singularity. Most plots in the world are silicon and not biological. That's kind of cross. Like they are now the dominant planet.
and how technology is progressing, happening in lifetime.
Oh yeah, definitely. done the math. I'm like 2038 timestamp rollover.
Yeah. Good. So you've said that life is flame. 5 years. What does winning look like?
So there's a lot of I can go into like technical depth to what I mean by that. It may not mean I was criticizing that in the comments. Like, doesn't I want to like Antarctica or like okay, so what I'm saying. I'm not talking about like I have a yacht or something. I am an agent. I am put into the world, and I don't really know what my purpose is. But if you're a reinforcement, if you're an intelligent agent, and you're put into a world, what is the ideal thing? Well, the ideal thing, mathematically, it's theories of to build a compressive funnel, build a maximally compressive, explore the world, such that your exploration function maximizes the riveting compression of the path. Here's what we're going to paper. I took that kind of as like a personal goal function. So when I need to win, I need like religious that in the future I might be given a purpose, or maybe a purpose. And then at that point, now I know what the game is. I think right now I'm still trying to figure out what the game is.
You have imperfect information. You have a lot of uncertainty about the reward function covering it. But the purpose is purpose is to maximize it while you have a lot of uncertainty in there. And that's a technical level.
What is if you believe in the universal prior? What is the universal order?
That when interesting, I think I speak for everyone saying that I wonder what that reward function for you, and I look forward to 5 years, 10 years. I think a lot of people myself are crazy on man, so I'm happy. That's a lot. Okay. Love it.
A little bit after the bowling, but then Luke came in with my other friend and we played games for 5 hours. So I slept like 3 hours.
Biology.
You have a great voice, you know that? Thanks, baby. Excellent.
Special thank you, Jeffrey, for the podcast. Artist, definitely check out her Instagram. Support inspires me. So, now, here's my conversation. Hola, Arlapa. We studied the development of the human brain for ask out-of-box question first. How likely is intelligent life out there in the universe? Something in the brain. Put it another way, how unlikely are people build a thing in the evolutionary process?
Well, that's happened here, right? Planet one. So that it tells you that it could, of course, happen again. Other places is what the probability is the brain wants to have, like the but how difficult is it to make a brain? It's pretty difficult. But most importantly, I guess we know very little about how this process really happens. And the reason for that, the reason for that. Most of what we know about how mammalian brains or the brain of mammals develop comes from studying in labs other brains, not our own brain, the brain of mice, for example. I showed you a picture of a mouse brain, and then you put it next to a picture of a human brain. They don't all like it. So they're very different. And therefore there is what you can learn about how the human brain is made by studying the mouse. There is a huge value in studying the mouse brain. There are many things that we have learned, but it's not the same.
Having studied the human brain, mouse and other methodologies to talk about, do you have a sense, I mean, you're one of the experts in the world, how much do you feel you know about the brain? How much, how often do you find yourself in awe of?
Pretty much find yourself in awe all the time. It's an amazing process. The process by which I mean that we don't fully understand the very beginning of embryogenesis, the structure called the neural tube, literally self and happens in an embryo, and it can happen also from stem cells. Okay. Then from there, stem cells that are present in the neural tube give rise to all of the thousands and thousands of different subtypes that are present in the brain through time. The interesting, very intriguing observation that the time that it takes for the human brain to be made is human time, meaning that for me and you, it took almost 9 months of gestation to build the brain, and then another 20 years of learning postnatally to get the brain we have today that allows us to do conversation. Mouse, it's 20 days for an embryo to be born, and so the brain is in a much shorter period of time, and the beauty of it that take mouse stem cells and put them in a culture dish. Brain or the brain organoid that you get from a mouse is formed faster than is human stem cells and put them in the dish that then make human brain organoid.
Very developmental process.
Controlled by
by on purpose, not accidental. There's something in the temporal.
It's very exactly that is very important for us to get the brain we have. Speculate for why that is. It takes us a long time as human beings after we're born to learn all the things that we have to learn to have the adult brain. It's actually 20 years. Think about it. From when a baby is born to when a teenager goes to puberty to adult. It's a long time.
If you talk through first month and then on to the first 20 years, and then the rest of their lives, what development of the brain like different stages.
Yeah. At the beginning, you have to build the brain, right? The brain is made of cells.
Very beginning, which beginning are we talking about?
In the embryo is developing the womb. In addition to making all of the other tissues of the embryo, the muscle, the heart, blood, the embryo is also brain. And it builds from a very simple structure called the neural tube. Basically nothing but a tube of cells that spans sort of the length of the embryo from the head all the way to the tail of the embryo. And then over human beings, for many months of gestation, from that neural tube, which contains stem cell-like cells of the brain, you will make many, many other building blocks of the brain. So all of the other cell types, many, many different types that which forms about embryonic development of the brain, the time in which you're making blocks, the cells,
Those genius form, or they
the
like
very exactly how it works. Start with more homogeneous, perhaps more potent type of stem cell. That
multipotent?
multipotent means that it has the potential to make many, many different types of other cells. And with time, progenitors become more heterogeneous, it's more diverse. There are going to be many different types of stem cells, and also they will give rise to progeny, other cells that are not stem cells, but specific cells in the brain, very different from other cells. Now you think about this process of taking cells from the cells over many, many months of development. And what you're doing, you're building the cells that physically make the brain. And then you arrange them in specific structures that are present in the final brain. So you can think about the embryonic development of the brain as the time where you're building the bricks, putting the bricks together to form buildings, structures, regions of the brain, and where you make the connection between many different types of cells, especially nerve cells, right, that transmit.
Heard you also somewhere, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, the order of builds matter.
Oh yes. If you are an engineer and you think about development, you can think of it as well. I could also take all the cells and bring them all together into a brain. Yeah. But development is much more than that. So the cells are made in a very specific order that serve the final product that. So, for example, all of the nerve cells, the neurons, are made first, and all of the supportive cells of the neurons, like the glia, is later. There is a reason for that because they have to assemble together in specific ways. So you also may say, well, why don't we just put them all together in the end? Because as they develop next to each other, they influence their own development. So it's a different thing for a glia to be made alone in a dish than a glia in a glia cell be made develop in embryo with all these other cells around it that produce all these other things.
So that's mind blowing that development process. My perspective in artificial intelligence, I often think how incredible the final product, the brain. You're making me realize that the final product, the thing is the development process. You know, the code that drives development. Do we have any sense?
First of all, thank you for saying that really the formation of the brain, really its development, incredible choreographed dance that happens the same way every time each one of us brain, right? That an organ that allows us to do what we're doing today, right? That is mind blowing, and this is why neurobiologists never get tired of studying that. Now you're asking about the code. What drives this? How is this done? Well, it's millions of years of evolution, really fine tuning in expression programs that allow certain cells to be made at a certain time and to become a certain cell type, but also mechanical forces of pressure, bending. Embryo is not just, it can't stay a tube this thing for very long. At some point, the front of the embryo expand of the brain, right? How the forces that control the other brain, at the very force that is different from a week before or a week ago, tell the cell, oh, you're being squished in a certain way. Huge, because now you are at the corner, you are, in a stretch of or whatever it is. So that mechanical force shapes the fate of the cell as well.
So
It's not only chemical, it's also mechanical.
My perspective, biology, incredibly complex. So you're saying mechanical.
Yes.
How different, like a computer computer or any kind of mechanical human skills and the biological system. We work a lot with biological. Are they as much of a mess from a perspective of mechanical engineering?
They are much more prone to taking alternative route, right? So if you go back to printing a brain versus developing a brain, of course, if you print a brain, given that you start with the same building blocks, the same cells, you essentially print it the same way every time. But that final brain may not work the same way as the brain does because the very simple blocks as you developed in a completely different environment, right? It was not the environment of the brain. That's what they're going to be different. That's by definition. Um, so if you instead use development, build, let's say, brain organoid, which may be talking about it.
Sure.
So,
Things are fascinating.
yes. So if you do the process of development, then you when you watch it, you can see that sometimes things can go wrong in some organoids. And by wrong, I mean different one organoid from the next. But if you think about that embryo, it always goes right. So this development is for as complex as it is. Every time a baby is born has, you know, very few exceptions. Brain is like an but it's not the same develop it in a dish. Um, First of all, you don't even develop a brain, you develop something much sooner in the dish. But there are more options for business. It really tells you that evolution has played a really tight role for how, in the end, the brain.
So, some question. Seems like uh, building process is not a centralized, like, high-level mechanism that says, okay, don't put yourself the wrong way, you're going to kill it. I feel like there's a wrong that sense.
There are a lot of possibilities, and if you think about, for example, different in their brain, each brain is a little bit different. So the brain of a lizard is very different from that of a chicken, from that of a, one of us, and so on and so forth. And still it's the brain, but it was built differently, starting from cells that pretty much had the same potential. But in the end, evolution builds brains in different species because that serves in a way the purpose of that species, the well-being of that organism. And so there are many possibilities. But then there is a way, and you were talking about a code. Nobody knows what the entire code of development is. Of course, we don't. We know bits and pieces of very specific aspects of development of the brain, what genes are involved, make a certain cell type, how do cells interact, make the next level structure. That we might know, but the entirety of it, how it's so well controlled, it's really mind blowing.
So in the first month, embryo, or whatever,
Few months.
months, yeah, the building blocks are constructed, the actual different regions of the brain, I guess.
But this continues way longer than just the first month. So over the very first few months, it will build a lot of these cells, but then this continuous building of new cell types all the way to birth. And then even postnatally, I don't know if you've ever heard of myelin. Myelin is the insulation that is around the pulse of the neuron so that electricity goes really fast from
The axons.
the axons, they're called axons, exactly. And so, as human beings, myelinate ourselves. Natalie, a kid, a 6-year-old kid, literally started the process of making the mature oligodendrocytes for the cells that then eventually interact with the axon, myelin. And this will continue, believe it or not, until we're about, 5 years old. So there is a continuous process of maturation and addition. And also, pause.
I remember taking AP biology in high school, and in the textbook it said that a memory here that scientists agree on the purpose of myelin in the brain. That's totally wrong. So like I guess it speeds up. Uh, uh, okay, might be wrong here, but it speeds up the electricity traveling down the axon or something. But
So that's the most sort of canonical, and definitely that's the case. So you have to imagine an axon, and you can think about it as a cable of some type with electricity going through. And what myelin does by insulating the outside, say there are tracts of myelin and pieces of axons that are naked without. And so by having the insulation of the electricity going straight through the cable, it jumps over a piece of myelin, right? And the next piece will jump again, therefore you just get a little faster. And it was always thought that in order to build brain, the nervous system, in order to have a nervous system that can do very complex type of things, you need a lot of myelin because you want to go fast. There's information from point A to point B. A few years ago, maybe 5 years ago or so, we discovered that some of the most evolved, which means the newest type of neurons that we have as non-human primates, as human beings, top of our cerebral cortex, neurons, some of the most complex things too. Those have axons that have very little. And they have very interesting ways in which they put myelin on their axons, a little bit here, then a long track with no myelin, another track there, and some don't have myelin at all. Now, I would say where we're going with evolution. And if you think about it, perhaps as an electrical engineer, when I looked at it, I initially thought, and I'm a developmental neurobiologist, I thought maybe this is what we see now, but we see the evolution another few million years, a lot of myelin. But I actually think now that that's instead of the brain. Less myelin might allow for more flexibility what you do with your eye, and therefore more complicated and unpredictable type of function. So
seems like it's controlling the timing of the signal. In the timing, a lot of, and so the brain.
timing, the chemistry of that little piece of axon, perhaps it's a dynamic process where the myelin can move. Now you see how many layers of variability you can add, and that's actually really good. You're trying to come up with a new function or a new capability or something unpredictable in the way.
So we're going to jump around a little bit, but the whole question of how much is incredible thing development is over, kind of somewhat art, intelligence, cognition, consciousness, all these things is incredible, really on emerge. In your sense, how much is in the hardware, nature, how much is the nurture, learned, their parents would correct the environment so on.
Really both, right? So we are born with a brain that has most of its cells and most of its structure, and that we take years to grow, add more, to be better. But then we have this 20 years of interacting with the environment around us. So that brain that was, perfectly built or imperfectly built due to our genetic features, will then be used to incorporate the environment, further maturation and development. So your experience do shape your brain. I mean, we know that. Like, you and I may have had a different childhood or a different, we have been to different schools, we've been to different things, and our brain is a little bit different because of that. We behave different because of that. And so, especially postnatally, experience is extremely important. are born with plastic brain. What that means, the brain is changed in response to stimuli. They can be sensory. So perhaps some of the most illuminating studies that were done were studies in which sensory organs were not working, right? Like you are born with eyes that don't work, and your brain, the brain that normally process the visual cortex, uh, develops differently. It might be used to do something different, right? That's the most
The plasticity of the brain, I guess, is hardware. It's flexibility in all forms of what enables the learning and stability. But are they help us understand the brain development?
very, very. So the first thing I like to say, the first thing I like to say is that organoid, brain organoid, is not the same as the brain. Okay. The fundamental distinction is a system, cellular system, that one can develop in the culture dish, starting from stem cells, that will mimic some aspects of the development of the brain, but not all of it. They are very small, maximum they become about 4 to 5 millimeters in size. They are much simpler than our brain, and yet the only study watch the process of human brain development unfold. And by watch, I mean study. Remember when I told you that we can understand everything about development of our own brain by studying? Well, we can study the actual process of development of the human brain because it all happens in those. We could never evaluate that process ever. And therefore, this is our next best thing. Like say, bunch of stem cells that can be coaxed into starting a process of neural tube formation. Remember that tube that is made by the end early on. And from there, a lot of the cell types that are present in the brain. And you can watch the study, but you can also think about diseases where development of the brain does not proceed normally, right, properly. Think about neurodevelopmental diseases. There are many, many different types. Think about autism spectrum disorders. There are also different. So there you could take stem cells, which really means a sample of blood or a sample of skin from the patient, make a stem cell, and with that stem cell, watch a process of formation of brain organs of that person with that genetic code in it. And you can ask, what is the genetic code doing to some aspect of development of the brain? And for the first time, you may come to conclusions like what cells are involved in autism, right?
So many questions. So you take human stem cell, human person, that genetic code, how, and you try to build an organoid.
Yeah.
How often looks similar? Yeah. Yeah. So,
The reproducibility.
yes, or how much variability?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah. So there's much more variability in building organoids than there is in brain. It's really true. Majority of us, when we are born, our brains look a lot like each other. This is the magic that the embryo does, where it builds the brain in the context of the body, and there is very little variability. There is disease, of course, but in general, little variability. With an organoid, um, we don't have the full code around it. Part of the organoid somewhat with itself, because there are some structures of the brain that the cells know. And another part comes from the investigator, the scientist, adding to the media factors, knowing the mouse, for example, could foster a certain possibility. But it's very limited. And so, as a result, the kind of product you get in the end is much more reductionist, much more simple than what you get in vivo. It takes early events of development that doesn't build very complex type of anatomy structure. No. It happens instead in vivo. And also the variability that you see one organ to the next tends to be higher than when you compare an embryo to the next.
Okay, then the next question
Yes.
is how hard maybe another flip side of expensive to go from one stem cell to how many will sounds like company.
It's work, definitely, and it's money, definitely. But you can really grow a very high number of different noise. Talking about perhaps, I told you the maximum they become about 5 millimeters in diameter. So this is about the size of a tiny, tiny raised, or perhaps the seed of an apple. So you could grow 50 to 100 of those inside bioreactors, this plastic where the provides. So the problem is not to grow more or less of them. It's really to figure out how to grow them in a way that they are more and more reproducible. For example, organoid to organoid, they can study biological process. You have too much variability, then you never know if what you see is just an exception or really the rule.
So what is an organ like? Are there different neurons already emerging? Or first tell me what kind of neurons are there?
Yes.
Are they same? Are they not all the same? How much do we can? How much of that variant in organoids?
So you could grow, I told you that the brain has different parts. So the cerebral cortex is the top part of the brain, but there is another region called the striatum, there is below the cortex, and so on and so forth. All of these regions have different types of cells in the actual brain. Okay. So scientists have been able to grow organoids that may mimic some aspect of development of these different regions of the brain. So we are very interested in the cerebral cortex.
Part, right?
I agree with you.
Sorry.
You're talking if you didn't have a cerebral cortex. It's also like part of the brain that really makes us human, the most evolved. And so in the attempt to cerebral cortex, and by figuring out a way to have these organoids continue to grow and develop for extended periods of time, much like it happens in the real embryo, months and months culture, then you can see many different types of the cortex. And at some point, also the astrocytes, so the glia cells of the cerebral cortex. So astrocytes, the astrocytes are not neurons, so they're not nerve cells, but they play a very important role. One important role is to support, but of course they have much more active type of roles that are important. For example, to make synapses, which are the point of contact and communication between neurons.
So all that chemistry fun happens in the synapses, happens cells.
It happens because of the interactions. It happens because they're making and they have certain properties, including the ability to make neurotransmitters, which are the chemicals that are secreted in synapses, the ability of making axons grow with their growth hormones and so on and so forth. And then you have other cells around it that receive chemicals or touch the neurons or interact with them to foster perfect process in case of synaptogenesis. And this does happen with organs.
Mechanical and the chemical happen.
Yeah. The connectivity between neurons, in a way, is not surprising. Scientists have been culturing neurons forever. And when you even a very young one and culture it, eventually finds another cell or another neuron to talk to form a
Talking about mice neurons, talking about human
It
neurons,
doesn't matter both.
culture a neuron, like a single neuron, give it a little run, starts tracking.
Yes. Neurons are able to, it sounds more simple than what it may sound to you. Neurons have molecular properties, structural properties, allow them to really. So if you put not one neuron, but if you put several neurons together, chances are that they will form synapses with each other.
Okay, very good. So, an organoid is not a brain, but but some able to talking about some properties of what can you understand about the brain by studying an organoid?
I can literally study how all this incredible diversity of subtypes, of many, many different classes of cells, how are they made? How do they look like? What do they need to be made properly?
Welcome.
And what goes wrong?
How are you? What up, Q? I like your purple hair. What's going on? Hey, how'd you find out about me? Kicking ass, taking names. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How'd you find out about me?
My friend told me.
Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yes, go ahead.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been streaming for more than 3.5 years. Going back to the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between.
You've seen the birth of AI?
Absolutely. We were.
And the death of the queen?
Absolutely. I was live streaming when all that happened. The
You were live streaming the queen's death?
I know exactly where I was when it happened, and I streamed. I was in my room and I heard it on the radio, and we streamed her funeral procession and all those people who were lined up for it. And I streamed the birth of AI. I was using it. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November 2022, and was using it the day it launched in November 30th, 2022. And so yes, I've done all of those things.
That's crazy, man.
Well, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yes, I have.
All right. Well, my life is somewhat similar, except the difference with the Truman Show is we have my consent to do this. But essentially, I have just become an example of human data for future generations. In the past, people would have written journals, or perhaps would have perhaps written diaries. I just have a video version of it, and I'm live right now on 18 different YouTube channels. I'm live on Twitch, I'm live on Rumble, I'm live on all of your major platforms, and I do it because I like to talk about technology and learn about technology. We're currently watching a podcast, the Lex Friedman podcast on AI. I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm part of a project that has built wells in Nigeria. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth tens of millions of dollars with cryptocurrency. And I'm a major advocate for the LifeStrap program. But most importantly, I want to see the mainstreaming of desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about other things.
That's actually so cool.
I agree.
So you're basically like a robot.
Well, no, I'm a real person. I create robots. You can see all the computers that I have going on. I'm currently making robots right now. So I learn as much as I can about robotics. And I talk about things that, like robotics, anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like quantum computing, cryptocurrency, de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex. Fast forward to the year 2021, the company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific, is founded. They've made it their goal that by 2028, or within the next 3 years, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing African elephant surrogates. They just recently reintroduced the dire wolf, Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. There you go.
Hey, and people, tiny little invented tasks. When their brain, in a kid that had developmental was being made. I think that's unbelievably powerful because today, everybody just for what cell type barely know what brain are affected. Now we have experimental study in the lab, and we can ask, what are the cells affected? When, during development, went wrong? What are the molecules, among the many, many different molecules that control brain development? Which ones are the ones that really messed up here and which one perhaps fixed? What is really the final product? Is it a less strong kind of equation brain? Is it a brain that lacks a type? What is it? Because then we can think about treatment and care for these patients that rather than based on current diagnosis.
How hard is it to detect someone having tools to see how different conditions develop? How hard is it to detect that this is abnormal development?
Yeah.
That's how hard is. Well, how much signal is there? How much of it is a mess?
Because things can go wrong at multiple levels, right? You could have a cell that is born and built, but then doesn't work properly, or a cell that is not even born, or a cell that doesn't interact with other cells, so on and so forth. So today we have technology that we did not have 10, 5 years ago that allows us to, for example, at the molecular picture of a cell, single cell, your cell will have. So that molecular information, where you compare many, many single cells for the genes between a control individual and individual with a developmental, that may tell you what is molecular. Or it could that some cells are not even made, for example, or that the process of maturation of the cells may be wrong. There are many different levels here, and and we can study the cells at the molecular level, but also we can use organoids to ask questions about the properties, function, how they communicate with each other, how they respond to stimulus, and so on and so forth. And we may get an abnormality there.
Those as how early work maybe in the history of science. So, so
Big question.
I mean, like, so if you and I time travel 1,000 years into the future, no, we're gonna see the romanticizing you're building not a brain, but something that has properties of the brain. It feels like you might be getting close to the building process, but build it to understand. So how um, how far are we understand?
1,000 years from now is a long time. Planet is still gonna be here 1,000 years from now.
So I mean, like they write a book, obviously chapter
Let's
about
write
you.
that science fiction book. Nice.
Hey, well, I guess where we really understood very little about the brain a century ago. I in high school, reading Freud and so on. The mental psychiatry. I would say we still understand very little about some aspect of it, but how in biology of development, how far are we?
It's a very good question. So this is, of course, my opinion. I think that we did not have knowledge even 10 years ago, or 20, certainly not 20 years ago, even think about experimentally investigating the development of the human. So with a lot of work in science, study the brain, any other organ. Now we have some technologies well out that allow us to actually actually look at the real thing, at the brain, the human brain. So what are these technologies? There has been huge progress in stem cell biology. The moment someone figured out how to turn a stem cell into an embryonic stem cell, basically, and how that embryonic stem cell, in the process of development again, for example, the brain, advanced, in fact, there was Nobel Prize for that. That started the field really of using stem cells to build organs. Now we can build on all the knowledge of development that we build over the many, many, many years. Say, how do we make more and more complex aspects of development of the so this field is young, the field of brain organoids, but it's moving fast. And moving fast in a very specific way that we put it in labs with the right framework and really building on solid science for what reality is and what is not. And but it would go faster and it would be more and more powerful. We also have technology that allows us to basically study the properties of single cells across many, many billion single cells that we didn't have perhaps 5 years ago. So now with that, even an organoid that has millions of cells can be profiled in ways very, very high resolution single cell level to really understand what is going on. We could do it in multiple stages of development, the your hypothesis, and so forth. So it's not going to be 1,000 years. It's going to be a shorter amount of time, and I see this as a sort of an exponential growth of the field enabled by the technology that we didn't have before. And so we're going to see something transformative that we didn't see at all in the prior thousands.
So I apologize for the crazy sci-fi questions, but development of process is fascinating to watch, study. But how far are we away from, and maybe not just organoid, but the brain? Almost done.
First of all, that's not the goal for the majority of the serious scientists that work on this because you don't have you know, the whole human brain to make this model useful for understanding how the brain develops or for understanding. You don't have to be the whole.
So let me
Yeah.
how much fascinating difference between you and I. You're actually trying to understand the beauty of the brain and to help thousands of people with someone, right? From an artificial intelligence perspective, we're trying to build something that we can put robots and try to have echo intelligence about reason about the world, navigating the world. Different objectives, I think.
Very much science fiction.
Science fiction. Well, we operate in science fiction with it. So on that point of building, even though that is not the focus of how different truly science fiction point.
I think the field will progress and that the system will be more and more complex in a way. Right? But there are properties that emerge from the human brain that have to do with the mind, may have to do with consciousness, may have to do with intelligence or whatever that we really don't understand even how they emerge from an actual real brain that we can measure or study more than. So, so I think that this field, many, many years from now, may lead to the building of better neural circuits, of that we are building out of understanding of how this process really works. We have to predict how complex it really is. I really don't think from it makes me not really that far from the human brain. But you're going to be building something that is, always a bad version of it, but that may have powerful problems and might be able to respond or be used in certain contexts. This is why I really think that there is no other way to do science that I framework. Where you're going with this is also we can talk about science fiction and write that book and could, but this work happens in a specific ethical framework that we don't decide just scientists, but decide.
Ethical framework here. Vastly complicated. Do you have a sense grasp of how we think about ethics of building organoids from human stem cells to understand the brain? Seems like helping potentially millions of people, or at least start, or I understand. There are more gray areas have to
Also, must that every discussion about the ethics needs to be based on actual data from the models that we have today and from the ones that we will have tomorrow. So it's a continuous conversation right now. Today, there is no issue. Very simple models. They clearly can help you in many ways without much to think about. But tomorrow we need to have another conversation and so forth. And so the way we do this actually really bring together constantly a group of people that are not only scientists but also bioethicists, the lawyers, philosophers, psychiatrists, psychologists, and so forth, to decide as a society really what we should and what we should not do. So that's the way to think about it. Now, I also think that as a scientist, I have a moral responsibility. So if you think about how transformative it could be for understanding and curing a neuropsychiatric disease, to be able to actually watch and study and make with drugs the very brain of the patient that you are trying to study. How transformative at this moment in time could be. We couldn't do it 5 years ago. We could, right? Didn't do it. Patient and make an organ of it. For as simple and different from the human brain, it still is this process of brain development. His or her genetics. And could understand perhaps what is perhaps we could use a platform as a similar platform for drugs, fix the process, and so on and so forth, right? So we could do it now, we couldn't do it 5 years ago. I don't see a downside at
this very moment. Invited a lot of people.
Yes.
I'm sure that somebody would argue against it. What would be devil's advocate argument?
Yeah. So it's exactly perhaps what you concluded at your question, that you are making enabling some process of formation of the brain that could be missing or that could be um, showing properties that ethically you don't want to see in a tissue. So today, not an issue. So you gain dramatically from the science now because the system is simple and so different away from the actual brain. But because it is the brain, we have an obligation to really consider, right? And again, it's a balanced conversation where we should put peace and betterment of humanity.
What do you think, at least historically, some politicization of embryonic stem cell research? Those out there, that's still about, especially in the larger discourse we're having about the role of science in American society.
That's a very good question. Very, very important. I see a very central role for scientists to form decisions about what we should or should not do in society. This is because the scientists have a first-hand look and understanding of really the work they are doing. And again, this varies depending on what we're talking about here. So now we're talking about brain organoids. I think that the scientists need to start the conversation about what is be allowed in the future or not allowed in the future to do with that is very, very important because it brings the reality of to the conversation. Um, and so they should have a voice.
So data have a voice.
Data needs to have a voice because, and not only data, we should also be good at communicating with non-science data. So there has been sometimes there is a lot of discussion and excitement and fight about certain topics just because of the way they are described. I'll give you an example. If I call the same cellular system we just talked about brain organ, if I called it human mini brain, your reaction will be very different to this. And so the way the systems are described, we as journalists like be careful that this debate, the real debate, and informed by columnists.
And yeah, the language matters. I work on a common speak language drastically change the way people feel about what is the right way to move forward. Who are, as I've seen from the presentation, you're a parent. That's why you show a couple of pictures of your son. One, two, and a daughter. So what have you learned by raising?
More than I could ever learn in love. What have I learned? I've learned that children really have this amazing plastic mind, right? That we have a responsibility to foster their growth in good, healthy ways that keep them peaceful, that keep them adventurous, that doesn't raise them in fear of things, but also respecting who they are. It's in part, coming from the genetics we talked about. My children are very different from each other, despite the fact that they're the product of the same two parents. I also learned that what you do for them comes back to you. If you're a good parent, you're gonna most of the time have, perhaps kids.
So what do you think, just a quick comment, what do you think, often the surprising thing, parents can't believe that our kids, they're so different.
Well, they are genetically different, even that they came from the same parents, because the mix of gametes, the genetics, create time a genetically different individual which have specific of that different mix every time from the two parents. So um, they're not twins, they're genetically different.
Just that little bit of variation. Really, biological perspective, brains pretty similar.
Well, so let me clarify that. So genetics you have, the genes that you have that play that orchestration of development, different genes play slightly. It's like music, but with a different orchestra and a different direction, right? Music will not come out, it feels by the same author, but it will come out different, played by the high school orchestra instead of instead of like that. So, born, especially with brain, things and types, these are pattern activity. But the properties of the cells and how the cells react to the environment, the word, is also shaped by who genetically speaking to the parent. Now, as an example of my work, I think you can tell at birth. It's a different, so that they have a different personality in life. So both is genetics as well as nurturing up.
You are one human, the whole method here, totally grow. How has studying the brain look at the mirror when you think about your life, years of life, mortality?
A very good question. Almost impossible to see sometimes zoo from, oh, that's because that part of the brain is working a certain way. Or thinking about teenager, going through teenage years and being at times funny the way they think, and possible for me not to think because they're going through this period of time called critical plasticity, where their synapses are being eliminated here and there, and they're just so from that comes perhaps a different take on that behavior, or maybe I can justify it scientifically in some sort of way. I also humanity in general, and I am amazed by what we can do and kind of ideas that we can come up with, and I cannot stop thinking about how the brain is going to evolve. I don't know if you do this, but I think about the next brain. Right? Where are we going with it? What are the features of this brain that evolution is really playing with to get us, in the future, the new brain? It's not over, right? It's a work in progress.
Quick comment on you think there's a lot of fascination and hope for artificial intelligence and artificial brains, next brain. Can you imagine a period of 1,000 years of evolution of the brain? You sometimes envision that future, the artificial intelligence, hope by many, not hope, thought by many people that would tell you.
Yeah, yeah. I think that we have that, right? It's almost like part of the way we evolve. Evolve in the world that we create, that we interact with, that shape us as we grow up, and so on and so forth. Sometimes I think about something that may
Welcome.
sound silly, but about the use of phones. Possibly somehow in their brain there could be a region that is
The smartphone.
attuned to that tool. And this comes from a lot of studies in other organisms where really the cortex especially adapts to the kind of things you do. So if we move our fingers in a very specific way, we have a part of our cortex that allows us to do kind of very precise movements. An owl that has very, very far away with big eyes, visual cortex very big, brain attunes to your environment. So the brain will attune to the technology that we have and will be shaped by it.
Cortex very well.
Will
Yeah.
be shaped by it.
Artificial intelligence, merge with it, they can develop it.
Even if it's not, a merge of kind of, oh, let's have a genetic element together with a biological. The basic face sounds. But for example, think about we put on some goggles of virtual reality, physically are surfing the ocean, right? Like I've done it, and you have all these emotions that come to your brain based on that reality. And it was able to do it like that just by putting the goggles on. It takes thousands of years of adapting to this. The brain is plastic, so adapts to technology. You could do it from the outside by simply hijacking some sensory capacity that we have. So clearly, over recent evolution, the prefrontal cortex has been a part of the brain that has known the most evolution. So we have put a lot of chips on evolving this specific part of the brain. Evolution of cortex is its ability to change on small things. So yes, they will integrate, whether we want it or not.
Well, no better way to follow it.
Very well. Very exciting.
conversation with the CEO of Lockheed Martin company. Long history has created incredible engineering marvels, including planes that fly fast and threats take the lives of the astronauts, space, moon, Mars. These days, more and more, artificial intelligence has a role to play in these. I've read several books in preparation for art, Lockheed Martin, military operate in complicated worlds and often not have the gray area. I hope one day the world will acknowledge that in a world that does have the not obvious. What is obvious? Engineering and artificial intelligence role to play. Lockheed Martin, the rest of our about the other looking out passion. Us human venture talk about relating to artificial enjoy it. Try like 5 stars on iTunes or on Patreon. Connect with FRID. Now it's my copy. Several I'm liking Martin. Like I been personal level edgy at times. But that I was reminded of that genius Lockheed Martin is the most incredible engineering marvel ever throughout the 20th century and first. Do you remember a particular project from Lockheed or Columbia or just in awe of the fact that great like this?
Now that's a great question. There's a lot of that I could draw on board. Basically, where they did. I had the opportunity next to one of the Apollo astronauts, Charlie. And I said, hey, what's your well, it was by far the first Lockheed.
What was the
First mock fighter called it Bullet Man, and those are the kinds of things I grew up with. Stories of. Of course, SR-71 uh, has a E out, so
constant?
that's a intelligence and outrun past any character. But I don't know, I'll tell you, I'm a speak. That's why I'm like really what took ultimately to Lockheed Martin. I grew up as the Lockheed Martin, for example, the heart of the breed mission, Mars mission, apart. And talked a lot about all of your company. Remember 1976, July 20th, the Viking on the surface of Mars accomplished. I was lucky. I got the nine. So that's what I grew up on. Planetary mission, start of the whole era, opportunity to Lockheed Martin. Talk about Lockheed Martin's one of these
Project Buffalo is more sentimental. I romanticize the notion of exploration. Today, when I was on another planet like Mars, where man, a woman, a human
that's a personal dream. I haven't given up yet on my own opportunity to fly into but from the last part, something we're working for. And of course, we're Ryan plus built complete design, starting with ultimately Mars, being platform design perspective, so we call the Mars base camp to be able to take the surface, and after a mission, bring them back up. That is something I want to see happen during my time at Lockheed Martin. I'm pretty excited about that. I think once colonization might be a little bit further out, but it's something that I know. So, give a little bit of an overview. Lockheed Martin is was Boeing and NASA built launch systems and rockets, delay. But beyond that, the Lockheed timeline, long-term dream. Talk about asteroid, Mars, timeline, and challenge. I think the dream will have a permanent presence in space beyond Earth. Ultimately, the long-term presence on the moon and planet. Sorry to interrupt, but that's a long-term presence, sustained and present. Really alongside being able to bond, perhaps, from those like up. There's a lot of energy that goes in those hops, right? So I think the first thing to establish is right. I built there. A lot of, as you know, the cost of launch down, and you mentioned the launch events. I don't want to speak for you, Clay, but obviously they're working hard on their next generation of launch. Incredible, but drive down flexibility. What's the mission on Horizon? I hope to get to the moon. Absolutely. I mean, I think you know that a lot of ways to accomplish some goals. So that's but ultimately, the goal is to be able to establish a base, essentially space, allow for ready transfer from orbit to surface and back. So that's sort of that near term. Starting off, data ejects by back to the 20. I think the big challenge is not so much to go, but we demonstrate send somebody up a couple of missions, bring them home. Now we're talking about doing that a bit more industrial, but it's both permanent application, regular reuse of vehicles, infrastructure, air, placement parts, all of those are engineering challenges, they're budgetary challenges. Those are all things that work. On the other thing, I don't want to minimize. I'm excited about but the reality, our technology, where we come on the left, change robotic and incredibly like old news, but the fact that we have rovers driving around surface Mars, back data, incredible. The fact that we have satellites orbit around, they're collecting got the time lag, of course, on the planet. Effectively, virtual human presence in a way that never now at the creator process or AI systems or cognitive put that together really open knowledge a whole different way. I'll give you an example. We've got Osiris Rex, which is the mission, the asteroid, the spacecraft is right now basically your map, the map, entire surface of the asteroid, all autonomously piloted. The idea then is not to always go with got a fancy vacuum with a bucket, collect a sample off the asteroid vacuum. And so done from sort of those steps 70 early landing. Well, comet brought Stardust, back. So that's we've done our incredible person really far, quite crazy, possible. Talk a little bit about orbit, asteroid, bucket, try to pick up some. Yeah, I mean, the part of it is kind of these are new kinds of use here on Earth for high speed, high create high accuracy world maps, right? So that's what we're doing. Obviously, smaller asteroid. But the other sort of wall problem. But stories about how we design collection initially had an engineer who had a round parts package and pocket. Do something like that. That's called the stick collection. Down, only there for a second does that collection. Grab, load the regular material into the collection hopper, off it goes. And short landing. Wow. Incredible. So, what is talk a little bit more about what's the role? What are the challenges? What are the opportunities for human pilots and for that step on either Moon or Mars? Yeah, great question. Just been extolling the virtue of robotic orders, autonomous. Those absolutely we don't know the ability to adapt on the fly information. I believe that will come, but we're not there. So, back travel, carbon dioxide, rubber storage. Those are that ultimately, and not just dealing with problem, but dealing with things rather than waiting 20 minutes or half an hour an hour to try to get back and forth from the fly, collect samples, take a approach, areas to explore. Those are the kind of things that still away from the there's interesting stuff we'll talk about on Earth that that's cool. And in space, what is AI and humans working together?
humans actually deal with that before it becomes a bad situation. Help the astronauts through those kinds of not just dealing with problems that come up, but also opportunities for additional exploration capability. So that's it. These are take the best of response and rely on the best of AI capability to monitor almost infinite number of data points, correlation data points.
How do you develop something, whether it's Alexa or in general any kind of intelligence, when you can't really stuff much out in stuff? How do you develop?
Yeah, that's the beauty of of course, we've watched over the past 5+ refining our knowledge of the environment, dynamic control, radiation environment. We're able to be very perfect, but they're so actually a lot. I spent part of my craft, craft, kinds of areas really well. Now, bringing food, this and how it's developed, and maybe on the learning and those effects will be, and so that brings a whole new level of interest in testing. How do you do verification and validation? Area may go out of town symbol design.
So it has some intelligence and complexity. So some of the learns over time, and some of the still also has a model. Your thoughts is possible model majority of the situation on Earth and space.
Yeah, this really active area. We're actually funding university research and writing, including MIT, realm of trust and verification and validation of autonomous systems in general, and then subset of that autonomous corporate artificial intelligence. And it's not an easy problem. We're working to start up internal, but as autonomy and more AI and every part of development. It's retrofitted, and it's going to be retrofitted part of the design for all of our. And so maybe I should say maybe we define autonomy. So we talk about autonomy, we compose, select, and then execute vision, varying level of, and so you could think of no autonomy effectively partial autonomy already. So making about what the cockpit or remote needs, but still in control. And then there's what we call supervisory. Autonomous systems most work direction, and ultimately full autonomy when it's all together. And types of things want to have levels of autonomy. That spectrum or more AI or an developed kinds of technology a lot of times are like critical things, missions, aircraft here's a difficult question. I don't bring this up, but I say that with that crash software, I don't mean bubble, and the lines of code software, making there is a little bit of a clash of culture. Software engineers have the same culture as those Rocky Martin, where it is. How do we right when software? There's a lot of things. By and large, starts with the culture, not necessarily A is B is depending on what kind of software you're developing. It may not be relevant, right? If you're targeting it or something like that. So, and by and large, it's not just certainly aerospace developed a culture that does basic life operational. But it's incredibly possible. Age case it becomes possible, difficult to a genetic verification process instead of visual ways of aircraft on all the conditions all failure scenario. Now maybe that's soluble one day, maybe when we have our quantum computers that are manipulate across. But today, there's a lot of work to really try to bound them to understand, make sure that the games are predictable, and then have this culture of inquiry. And you have this question: really consider right realm of possible, none right test. Really understand on this human action on site process. But that's the culture. We call it the culture of success and art really needs to be established. And it's not something, it's something people learn by living it. It's something that has to be promulgated at the highest level of the company and that culture is not there because it started by software engineers. That's what they're struggling with. There are lessons that you should learn in these crashes obviously are tremendous tragedies for all people, the crew, the family, the passengers, people involved. It's also a huge bond. Important question. These are kind of questioning back to Challenger, and it's always words are fallible. Systems we perfect strive to become always better. Another element of that culture of success something wrong. Real cause, true taking corrective action. Just interested in that. We want to strive for no accidents. Look at the record of the commercial airline industry, all in the commercial aircraft. It's very nice years now where we have no
manufacturers work to identify root cause and drive them out.
Step back and think, but Lockheed Martin broadly, kind of category I use.
Now, Lockheed Martin, we think of ourselves as a company that solves hard mission problems. Output of that might be helicopter, radar, but ultimately, what is our customer? So that's what drove me to our 71. How do you get pictures of a place capable of handling any aircraft stuff? So that's what our
Nice camera.
exactly out take it. That led really at the start of the space program as well. So now get back to Lockheed Martin. We're over 105 years old now. Lockheed made up with a whole bunch of other companies. Well, you can think of us solving the problem. So obviously on the aircraft side, tactical aircraft, building fighter aircraft. We've seen several hundred of those over 100 here. Of course, working on on the space side, we are engaged in pretty much every venue of space exploration. Like navigation on the G. We do commercial survey. Space, so everything exploration, robotic exploration, outer planet. On, but a couple other areas like we're heavily critical defense. So a couple that I'll mention, Aegis Combat is basically integrated air and missile defense system for allied. So protect carrier strike groups, for example, from missile threats, aircraft.
The carriers themselves carry them serving as a protection.
Now that's a little bit of a different application. Actually, the version called short. A couple of things. So that same technology. Another one, that meter high altitude is a relatively broad area against ballistic threats. Now deployed with a lot of U.S. capabilities, national customers that are looking to buy that capability as well. Systems that span not just military, but the population. The first public back first Gulf War. These are the kinds of the Lockheed Martin delivers. There's a lot of stuff that goes with that. Control systems, how you a weapon, threat, all the cheap operators.
There's a fresh here, and there's Lockheed broadly. What are the technology crazy possible sometimes. And sonic, supersonic, traveling, traveling is sound supersonic 4 or 5. I would also tell me how someone's on yeah, start works saga, including works much type place. So it's been really fun. That's I'm not gonna list off the idea and sure the rest here we're kind of highly motivated. A small team of people want to work on really hard problems. Um, People from bureaucratic influence, very tight relation with customers that share vision with the customer. Uh, works incredible. We listed off enough stuff. Oh, I wish I could read all rolling it across the desk. Like to have it as the radar cross section. Probably one of the least expensive, most effective working. So that is for people that are not familiar with the way you detect aircraft. I mean, sure, there's a lot of ways, but there are all this time. There's a how do you think a plane gets ball bearing? Ball is technology wise there. Broadly, yeah, well, I'll stick to what's in geometry, how it gets reflected, the kind of materials reflect or absorb are kind of the critical. Again, mouse radars get better, abilities get better. It's really yeah, the idea that but the other one is flying fast, around 700 miles an hour. Sonic, Mach. Sonic, obviously, kind of talk about that. Mach 1 up to about 5, and then hypersonic, high sonic speed, fast. And you got to remember, Lockheed Martin and actually other involved in hypersonic developments in the 60s. Think of shuttle as now is look around the world, threat environment. You're starting to see public looks like the Russians and the Chinese saying they have hypersonic weapons capability threat. U.S. and allied capabilities, and also basic get around defensive around. So there's a real sense of urgency here. Undersecretary of Research and Engineering, Dr. Mike Griffin, other Department of Defense, that it's really important in terms of both parity but also defensive capability. That's something that we're pleased with Lockheed Martin heritage. That's R&D knowledge on our side for years. And we have a number of things going on with various government customers. Very excited about that. I would anticipate we'll be more about. I actually haven't read much about this. Probably talk about much at all, but on the defensive side, it's fascinating. Probably go back. Maybe I think it's on the ability and so think back to the early and in that time through Rocky Mark, full of the which is and that was so that led incredible ability back three ability Rocky that's um hypersonics they're different from ballistic so I'll leave that there. Let me just comment. That's it. Much that Bungie done as classified today, shrouded. It has to be by the nature of. So like what I do with my fire years, young scientist gets like engineer has to stay quiet. How do you think about that? How does that feel where more shown or is it the nature of it has to question? Public understand really from if employees are aware that we have the privilege and lead our team actually civilian network that team I was talking even though they tech but I'll tell you I got a one time from a first yes I love G goes out Blackhawk helicopter back urgent and troops from the station guns fast that sergeant down and have a sleep please bright up his eyes yes that brings me to the troops home every I love and it's really okay I'm really making a difference so that say the question not just their craft how people that we're doing potential increase go on the day back plus future when most fighter jets highly autonomous green air
I mean,